Assalamu alaikum. Welcome for all. Today we are in capacity building, TBCQ capacity building project. You know, we have a lot of training sessions and activities in capacity building. Today we want to prepare for the training session 5, which is very important to those who work on curriculum development and who work on developing vocational training programs, vocational training projects, in supervising students. All of these activities are very important for us, and we want to know a lot of things, and we want from our colleagues from program countries and our partners from European universities such as Lille University, Northern University, also Vocational Training Association, EVBB, from Europe. All those partners want to support and want to exchange experiences with with us in order to develop our capacity in a lot of things. Today we want to share experiences in developing training system design and assessment and evaluation for training and for students, for a lot of things. Then we want to open our mind by this is agenda today, which is with the leader of this training is EVBB and Lille University, Professor Olivier from France, from Lille University. You are welcome, and feel free to introduce your team and to introduce the agenda, or to present the agenda. And go on. The floor is yours. My colleagues from all universities and ministries of education, higher education, and of labars welcoming you also, and they know each other because they met before in training session 3 and the training session 4, and you know them because you attend the meeting at you attend the training session 3. Welcome for all of you, my colleagues from Palestinian universities and ministries. Welcome for all of you. Professor Olivier, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Noua, for your introduction. I will speak also with Samir, Samir from EVVB organization, and he will say a few words just after me. And we are here with part of the team of the Institut Universitaire de Technologie, Technology Institute of University of Lille, with Valérie and Arnaud, and perhaps some other colleagues. We are very, very happy and honored to be with you to work on this training session 5. As Noua said earlier, it's really a very important training session because the question of evaluation, skills assessment, and competencies approach and so on are very, very relevant to build training organization and so on. We think that competencies approach, skills assessment, evaluation are very, very important element in training system design. And I will come to that point in a few minutes. What we have decided for the organization of this training session 5 is to be sure to use this first half day to be sure about what you are expecting from this training session, because it could be easy for us in France or in other countries in Europe to explain just what we are doing, but we already know that you are also working on such topic as we are, and we think that it's very important to know what are the activities you are already undergoing in your country, to be sure to give you interesting elements. So what we have decided for today is to have a short presentation of us. That means Lille and VVB, and also your university, to be sure that the European team understands what you are exactly working on. And then we will explain you what we are doing in the French IUT, Institute of Technology network, and also in a VVB network. And we will explain you what we intend to propose you for September as a real half day of training. This day today is only a preparation moment, in fact. So perhaps it's possible to have a round table to know exactly what are the universities that are present. Perhaps we can begin by the Palestinians. Is it possible to have some element of the universities that are here?
Which you ask about university?
We decided that we will start by a round table about who are the university present.
Here we have Al-Quds University, Al-Najah University, American Arab University will attend after the break, and we have Ministry of Education, Ministry of Higher Education, and Ministry of Labor. You want to put you want to have a breakout room, or you want to make share presentation?
Yes,
okay.
Yes. We in the program we decided to propose to each member of university present to say a few words about what they expect from this training session and so on.
Okay. Who want to start from our universities? Al-Quds, Dr. Rashid.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Rashid Jayousi, head of the IT department at Al-Quds University. I'm pleased to be with you this morning. I have my colleagues from Al-Quds currently, Dr. Jihad Abbadi and Dr. Hussein Samamri. Dr. Suhail, who is the coordinator of Al-Quds University team, will join us later on. She's got some business at the university now, and I'm not sure about what you mean by the needs of our teams. Surely, what we really need, we discussed this earlier on with Dr. Inas, that what is really needed from our European partners is kind of assistance in the review of the material we produce in the courses, as well as in the TVET projects, review them, give us your guidance, as well as we need kind of strategies for teaching such courses and such how we can conduct kind of training. And if we can find some case studies, some guides from your side, especially, I know maybe you have some of them in French or Germans, but it will be good if they can be translated in to English, because sorry to say that our experience in French and German is not that good. But this is, I think this might be discussed later on, but this is kind of phase assessment of what we really need. I'm sure the coordinators and the leaders from each universities have more to say about it. I don't know if my colleagues would like to say something, Dr. Hussein, Dr. Jihad. That's it from my side.
Okay.
If you please, Dr. Jihad, Dr. Hussein, feel free to present your need from our partners, European partners, maybe about VTBs, development VTBs, maybe about the evaluation and assessment in VTBs,
Yes.
and the competencies approach. You know that you build your vocational training project based on competencies. If you remember the first matrix that you developed, then and also the same for curriculum development. Then anyone, if you we want to finish first Al-Quds University. Please present your if you have anything to add more than Dr. Rashid said, feel free to present your needs.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Nuha. I agree with Dr. Rashid El Jayousi. We need from our colleagues, the European colleagues, to review what we prepared. We finished the matrix jointly. I'm working in the VTB agriculture. We did the matrix. We began to formulate the manual for trainees and trainers, and it is a collective work from the Palestinian universities. We expect from you to review what we did in this step. And what was said by Dr. Rashid, I fully agree with this.
Thank you.
For strategies and how to train like these activities. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Yeah, if I can start. Hello, everybody. I'm Hussein Al-Samamar from Al-Quds University. Just I have to one question. Just we have to get the experience of the European side, our colleagues, how they implement the entrepreneurship course. Okay, because we have a problem. A lot of students also in this course, and the process, the way that course. Taught also, and the same thing for the VTBs also, because we have more than one type of students from engineers, students from they study the bachelor degree in engineering, and also the high diploma for 2 years only. And then so we have a problem how to implement the VTBs also. Thank you.
You are welcome. Then I don't know if anyone want to add from Al-Quds University anything. We don't want to miss anything from your university. All of you are okay. Then we can go to Al Polytechnic University. There is Dr. Raed Amr from Al Polytechnic University. Please go on, Dr. Raed.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me and for organizing this workshop. My name is Raed Amro. I am a professor for electrical engineering at Palestine Polytechnic University. I was involved in designing.
الصوت من عند الدكتور رائد.
الو سامعني؟
دكتور رائد بس علي صوتك شوي، هو الصوت منيح بس إذا بتعلي أحسن بكون أحسن.
Okay, again.
Yeah.
Hello.
Go on.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Raed Amro from Palestine Polytechnic University. I am professor for electrical engineering, and I'm also involved in teaching courses like entrepreneurship and soft skills. I was also involved in this project, involved in designing the course for entrepreneurship. What I would ask to have is organizing a workshop training of trainers, because we have discovered that some topics there were not some topics in the new description of the entrepreneurship that we have really prepared are missing in the skills of the teachers, in the listed skills of teachers. A training workshop for trainers from the European side to help us how to cover that project or this topic. Thank you.
You are welcome. You are welcome, Dr. Raed. If there is anyone from Polytechnic University, Engineer Jalal, if you want to represent your team from Polytechnic University, or if you want to present anyone from your colleagues, Engineer Jalal. Engineer Jalal.
Perhaps we can move to another university.
To another university, maybe. Or Harith, you want to add something? Harith from Polytechnic University. Okay, we can go to An-Najah National University. We have here Dr. Suhail from An-Najah, maybe on the Dr. Muhammad Shadid. Dr. Suhail, if you please go on and represent your university, and you can introduce your colleagues to present their needs, if you want. Dr. Zuhair Khlef also, all of you are welcome, but please, one of you represent your university.
Good morning and good evening for all of our colleagues. I think what had been said by other colleagues from the Quds University and other universities are the same. We have the needs we were discussed before this time, and I have nothing to add to what had been added from my colleagues. And thank you. Dr. Nuha,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suhail. Thank you. Anyone from An-Najah National University want to add their needs?
Please, anyone of our colleagues, if they can add more.
Dr. Qais, Dr. Muhammad. Okay. Ala Darwish, if you want to add something. Ala Nasser, Mus'ab Mi'ari,
Hello all, hi, good morning all, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for this meeting. It's a pleasure to be with you here in this meeting and take the add value. As Dr. Suhair mentioned, the needs, we are already have the needs, and we have confirmed the needs for this training. So nothing to add. I want to say hi for all, and I want to help for this training. It will be add value for us. Thank you.
Okay. You want to speak, Dr. Zuhair? Thank you, Ala. Dr. Zuhair, you want to speak, or only you want to, because you write something here in the chat?
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, in addition to the topics mentioned by Professor Rashid Jayyusi and other colleagues, in addition to Dr. Suhail Saleh, I would like to focus in the next training about developing assessments and evaluation activities to evaluate the outcomes of TVT. In addition to that, to have a training about developing training materials or topics or some subjects about to include TVT. Thank you so much.
You are welcome, Dr. Zuhair. You are welcome. Anyone from Najah, or we can move to another university? Now we want to from UCAS University of Applied Science Studies College, Asma, Muhammad, anyone can jump and represent his university.
Go ahead, Dr. Asma.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. And thank you very much for this opportunity, because we are really looking forward for the meetings in September, hopefully. First, I agree with my colleagues in the other universities that actually we are preparing for courses now. So we need the partners to follow up with us in case and regarding for our joint work, as we are preparing courses. So we need some feedback and share curriculum thoughts as it can be taught and practically used in Germany. This is like summative and formative evaluation. So I totally agree with Dr. Rashid and Dr. Suhail. So, and the second thing, we need to reflect the practical side of TVET. And this needs to be reflected in our curriculum. Therefore, I asked before, from other trainings, yes, that we need, to share TVET students' experience and graduates. This is somehow can be beneficial in the course of designing, the courses. So especially in the courses related to entrepreneurship and life skills courses. I also may suggest training of trainers courses just in the course of curriculum design to be associated with TVET only, and it can be associated also with assessment. And that's all. Looking forward to see you all and join you in September. Thank you.
You are welcome, Asma. Thank you, Doctor, for your for presenting your needs, your university needs. Anyone from UCAS? Dr. Muhammad Mushtaha, you want to add anything for?
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everybody. Hello, Dr. Noah. Sorry, I was a little bit late, but I think Dr. Asma has a lot of contribution that they said on behalf of UCAS, so I don't have anything to add. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Asma.
Thank you. Now we want to come back to Polytechnic University. Dr. Engineer Jalal, you are with us? Engineer Jalal has a problem because he come and out. Okay, Ministry of Education, we have Dia, Fatafta, and Iman from University of Education, vocational schools for vocational school teachers in vocational schools. You need anything, Engineer Iman, Kittani, and Engineer Dia? You can jump and present your needs in order to take everything into account when our colleagues from European partners want to develop training session 5 material and the program. Iman, Dia.
Hello for everybody.
You are welcome.
In Ministry of Education, we need a training in technical courses for teachers.
Okay.
That we need.
Yeah. You know, Engineer Iman and Dia, they are follow up the vocational teachers in vocational schools, and they want to have a lot of things they want, but maybe in training session 5 we can concentrate on assessment and assessment and evaluation of TVET of vocational students and vocational learning, and also you can benefit from this training session to ask about the competencies approach. I know that you start building your programs, school programs, based on competences, then you will have fruitful information, fruitful training in training session 5 about this approach. I still come back to ask Engineer Jalal and Harif Shalalda, anyone from BBU?
I have a question, Dr. Noha, is just regarding what Engineer Iman said. If there is an approach that can be our partner that can help us regarding the VTBs, is there an approach to generalize this experience to the vocational schools or to the society institutions also? This is the what I have.
Okay, Prof. Olivier.
Can you tell us a little more about VTB? What do you mean exactly? What is it exactly?
Dr. Hussein.
Yeah, our work was regarding the solar energy. So we have built our competencies that we will train also. So as I said before, we have more than type of students, more than type of workers in the society. So here we have a problem. An engineer or one have a diploma, and also we have the vocational schools, the students in the schools. So in order to link all these peoples, so the approach a little bit different for each type.
Okay.
VTBs in our project, Prof. Olivier, as I said to you before, we have 4 VTBs that developed in work package 5.
Yes, it means solar energy, Internet of Things, agriculture, and old people care and health. That's it. Okay.
Yeah.
And it was to inform my colleagues from Lille. I already know it, but I wanted them to hear that.
Thank you, Olivier. From Pakistan Technical University, my colleagues, you want to ask for your needs. Dr. Mahmoud Ismail, Dr. Ma'an Al-Khatib, Dr. Miss Yasmin Shada, Engineer Dr. Shada. Anyone to ask for or present her expectations from training session 5? Okay, the same, Professor Olivier, BTUK, are we engaged in all VTBs and all curriculum development courses, and we have the same needs that we all of us want to have or to learn more about training techniques for vocational areas, which is different from traditional or normal teaching and learning. It is for vocational schools, for technical colleges, for also any vocational training programs in training centers, in vocational schools or technical colleges. The same we want from you also to give us how to practice and to use and practice assessment and evaluation for all phases in vocational training program from the beginning when we start building this program until evaluating this program, implementing and evaluating in all phases. Really we face because there is a problem when we start developing these vocational training projects. You know that we have problems, we cannot meet you a lot. This problem that make us depend on ourselves only to build the tools in order to evaluate the need assessment of these 4 criteria, 4 topics: agriculture, but not it is not a problem in order to advance, to make to give us advanced approach and advanced tools in order to collect the socio-economic needs from the activity sector for these, for VTBs or others. Maybe we don't know if there is updated tools in order to collect. They use focus group, they use interviews, they use also analysis documents, baseline studies or synthesis study reports. But maybe you have another tools in order to collect the socioeconomic needs, such as the society needs is very important now. You know that the society needs very important in order to take it into account when you develop your vocational training program. Then how we can assess the society needs, because if the vocational products or vocational training programs don't benefit to society, it is not necessary to have it. Also, the second one, that how to assess the students, the trainee. It is we want to focus on this as a specific area, because we can assess the training, the satisfaction of the training, and a lot of things. But in each topic, how we can assess the trainee. This is also, I know that these questions, it is not from my own. It is also when I share my colleagues in their meetings in VTBs, I hear that from them. And also, if each of them build competencies and build ILOs for their vocational training projects, how they can assess that they achieve these goals and objectives and learning outcomes. How they can assess that they achieve this. Now, Prof. Olivier, we present our needs. We expect more and more, because this, we know, maybe you know something that we don't deal with it till now. Please give us your expectation from this.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to everybody here to help us to understand the expectations. Can you give me the sharing of the screen, perhaps?
Already I give you, from the beginning, Dr. Brufel.
Thanks a lot. Perhaps now the European team will present themselves. I'm Professor Olivier Lasvernias I was formerly in Lille University, but I changed this year to Paris-Nanterre University, but I'm still involved as a research director in Lille University, and I work very closely with the IUT team of Lille University, Institute of Technology of the University of Lille, and I will give them the floor to present themselves in a few words. Arnaud, perhaps.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Arnaud Caillet, but you can call me Arnaud. That's shorter. I'm an English teacher, and I've been working at the college for 20 years now. And I'm also institutional coordinator at IUTA. That's why we are part of the project at the behest of Olivier.
Thanks a lot. And then we can listen to Valérie.
Okay, hello. I'm a teacher in chemistry, analytical chemistry, and hygiene, safety, quality, and environment. I'm also a researcher at the University of Lille, and I'm a newcomer in these programs. And I had a look on the matrix Noah sent us, and I can say now that I can help you, but only on chemical analytical techniques to analyze all the chemical products on soil, water, or air, as you like.
Thanks a lot, Valérie.
Thank you. You are welcome.
Now we have Kamel also who is with us.
Yeah, hello everyone. So I am Kamel Abadis. I am teacher and researcher, so in the field of electronics, microelectronics, but and nanotechnology, and can give help in the field of IoT, so Internet of Things, and radio frequency, electronic and microwave instrumentation and measurement.
Okay.
You are welcome. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I don't know if we have Noureddin is not with us.
No, he's not here today. No.
Okay,
I don't think he can join us.
Yes, but Noureddin will also join us from the Institute of Technology of the University of Lille for the following days of the TS5. And to complete the European team, we also have our colleagues from the EVBB. And I leave the floor to Samir to present himself.
Yes, hello, my name is Samir Shiria. I'm from Tunisia and France, and I'm working for EVBB, which stands for the European Association of Institute for Vocational Training. I will explain more in details later in the presentation what we can bring to the project and to the training sessions. So here it is.
Thank you, Samir. You are welcome.
Okay, so I don't know if everybody has received the planning of this day, perhaps?
Yes, for me, from my side, all of my colleagues have the agenda, yeah.
Okay, so I will share my screen. We will follow this this agenda for today. So we have already had the roundtable presentation, and then I will come to this first part, which is the general presentation of this training session. Then we will have a presentation by Samir about the EVBB network and what they are doing and how it can help us.
Yes, sorry, Olivier. Yes, I forgot to tell you, but Theodore was supposed to do this presentation, but since yesterday he has some troubles. I don't have the details, but apparently there is a problem with some family member blocked at the border of Greece. And he sent me this message this morning saying, I'm absolutely not able to do any presentation. I'm not at home. So I will do another presentation, but I will, sorry about that, but it's, you know, things of life that can happen.
But you will explain us how a VBB can help us.
Yes, of course. I know.
So
I wish Theodore could do that.
Theodore, we are very sorry
more
for
in detail,
Theodore and his family. Then we will have a short coffee break. For you in Palestine, it will be a coffee break, but for us, it's a snack break because we have the difference of time. So we will have a break of half an hour. And then after that, we will go to the presentation by the Institute of Technology. What is exactly the network of Institute of Technology? What are the curricula we are working on? That means the diplôme universitaire de technologie. And we will say a few words also about the new Bachelor of Technology, which is the new element in the map of the diploma in France. And so we will have a few words and examples by Valérie also about the way we are working. And then after that, we will have a discussion about the way we see the next days. And just before I come to speak about the TS5, I take some notes about what you have just already said. So the result of our roundtable. I have written here what I have heard. So I want just to share it with you to be sure that I have really understood what you have said. I think that an important element of the TS5 session will be this question of training system design based on competencies approach. I think this is one of the main themes. Of course, you are interested in this point of view. You are very interested in having some study cases of TVET, and so we will take study cases from our EUT and EVBB experience. And of course, one of the main issue on which you want to have some elements, it's the question of the evaluation and the assessment of TVET trainees. That's what Nuha just said. And a very important thing also that we have to take into account is the fact that you need and you are waiting for feedback and reviews. Sorry, I missed a comma. You are interested in having feedback and reviews of your VTB project. That means solar energy, Internet of Things, agriculture, and elderly people care. That's another point. You mentioned also earlier that you are interested in having some elements about entrepreneurship courses. How do we deal with this question? And I also noted that you are interested in having elements about training of trainers and teachers, and you mentioned the idea that you have some missing parts in those training sessions. So perhaps we will have to understand better what are your missing part in training of trainers. I understood that it was about TVET curriculum design, in fact. And you have also expectations about the practical side of TVET. That means to have some elements about students' experience in our university, for instance. And also a very important point is that you are interested in having some elements about the methods to collect socioeconomical needs, sorry, to create TVET curriculum. I think this is a summary of what you have said. I don't know if I have missed some elements. Nuha?
Asma asked the same for life skills courses. We can add, we have 4 courses: life skills, entrepreneurship, and sociological perspective courses. Also, we have another course which is very related very much to TVET, which is health health and safety, vocational health and safety, vocational health and safety also, vocational health and safety course. It is a course.
Vocational health
and safety.
Okay.
Also the life skills. Asma asked you for the life skills course.
I don't understand what you mean.
Life skills.
Life skills.
Life skills.
We say in Europe we say soft skills. Is it the same thing?
Yeah, it's the same. Yes, it's the same.
The same. Okay.
Yes, it's the same.
Okay.
Okay. Life skills is like the umbrella of the soft skills.
Okay. Okay. I will put both.
Yes, soft, but for me, soft skill is part of life skills. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Maybe يعني they have more يعني experiences more than me, Dr. Esma, but okay.
That's it. Okay, so I think this is our starting point from the TS5. So the idea is that we will work in the European team to propose you an organization to work on those elements in September. What we have in mind now is something like that. We have the idea that we could have for the Lille University part. Then we will see after for the EVBB part when Theodore will be with us, because he is not yet with us. For the Lille part, we think that we can have two days in September. This could be the first day. It's to take a study case in our Institute of Technology and to explain you through this study case, how do we work on competencies approach, and how do we build our diplôme universitaire de technologie, and then also how we are moving to a new diploma, which is the Bachelor of Technology. So this idea is that in the first day, we can have this first study case, and also we could in the same day have a working session with you to work on the feedback of your own design of one of your elements, such as Internet of Things or another one. That could be one day in September, and we will have a second day also based on exactly the same structure. We could start with the second example in the design of diplôme universitaire de technologie in another field. And we can also have a second part of the day organized with the feedback on one of your training, such as agriculture or solar energy or something like that. It could be the second day. And we think also that it could be very interesting to have a third day about this question of experience approaches. In fact, in France and in many countries in Europe, we are now working very hard on the question of validation of prior learning. That's the first thing. We are also working on professional skills assessment. And we are now, it's new in France, but we are very strongly working on validation of workplace learning, what we call AFES. And we are also very, very interested in working on pathway guidance. So we have different elements, and this could be one day of working about those elements. The main idea is that we are trying to help people to obtain diplomas, not only during classical courses, but also to create pathways that give the diploma by the organization of debriefing and feedbacks about workplace learning. This is a very important element now. And for instance, the French law says that any diploma that can be given in France, that can be obtained in France, can also be obtained by workplace experience. And for instance, if we take any diploma except some health diplomas, but if we take any diploma in our universities, it exists a pathway to obtain this diploma through the validation of workplace experience. For instance, last Monday, I was at the head of a jury, and we gave a master degree in TVET designing to a woman that was involved for 30 years in managing TVET program and so on. And so she obtained the master degree without going to the university, but by writing a thesis about 3 main experiences she conducted during her professional life. And it's equivalent to our master degree courses. You understand the idea. So this third day, this green third day, could be dedicated to all those pathways. Okay.
Olivier?
Yes, you are.
Dr. Professor Jihad Abbadi wrote something in the chat. Please pay attention to his comment in chat. He asked if you can provide us with a form of a model for training manual for trainee and for trainers and the trainee in VTB agriculture or any related field based on the competencies approach or matrix. This is asked by Professor Jihad Abbadi from Al-Quds University.
I don't know. I will turn my head in the direction of my colleagues in the Institute of Technology. I'm not sure that we have the experience of agriculture in our network, but perhaps Valérie, you have some experience about water and soil and so on.
Yes, I'm teacher in the master in environment. Sorry, it's my phone. Oh, okay. And I'm able to give you a lot of course of what are the analytical methods to analyze all different chemistry species in soil, water, and air with French regulatories.
Okay, so as the engineer Jalal said, I will finish my presentation in the. Okay, so what I was just explaining is that we will for the Lille University, we will propose those 3 days, the 2 blue. I will put the screen again.
Prof. Olivier, we have Engineer Jalal raised his hand.
Yes.
Engineer Jalal, if you please, go on.
Okay, I raised my hand to say to ask you. First of all, I'm sorry for being not with you from the beginning because I have a technical problem. I didn't hear anything. I joined you exactly when Olivier is starting his presentation. Before that, I have problems and I don't know what happens before that. Now, what I want to mention is let Dr. Olivier finish his presentation and then we can make some kind of discussion unless he didn't finish his presentation.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jalal. I was just saying that for the Lille University part, we will propose, if it seems good for you, of course, we will propose those 2 blue days and this green day in September, and then our colleagues from European EVBB will also propose 3 other days. Perhaps, Samir, you can move to explain exactly what is a VVB. And then you will see what kind of thing can be proposed by a VVB. Okay? On n'entend pas, on t'entend pas.
You hear me now? Hello?
Yes, that's good.
Yes.
Yes, it's this cask has a
If you
button for the mic as well. Okay, you hear me well now, everybody? Nuha?
Very well, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen. I will try not to be too long because there is nothing. Share. All right. Share. You see?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe you see this. Okay. So very quickly about EVBB, I will present what we do. So EVBB, bon, is the European Association of Institutes for Vocational Training. And so we are an umbrella association. So that means we have many members from around Europe and some that are out of Europe, such as Africa and Asia.
Can you speak just a little bit louder?
Okay, okay, okay.
Just a little bit.
Okay, because there is another meeting next to me. I'm trying not to be too loud. Okay, maybe I can do this.
Yes, to put the mic just a little nearer, and it's good.
Yes. All right. So the objective of EVBB is to, I will really go quickly on that. It's to promote networking and cooperation on employment and education at the EU level. The other objective is to promote liberal education in terms of social and economic issues, empower individuals to be responsible citizens, as well as to live as a self-determined life. And the European network, we are in a European network of educational training providers, higher education institutions active at national and regional level. The goal we have with our members is to assure quality and foster excellence in education and training at a European and international level. So we are partners with other institutions, European institutions, associations and networks, that it's always more or less from the same field, like vocational training, education, or in some time entrepreneurship. So we work with the lifelong learning platform. We work from, there are DGs, like we call the DGs from the European Union, European Commission, sorry, like, such as DG Employment, also the DG of Educational and Culture. And you can see we are part of different networks such as EMI, ETF, European Training Foundations, CDFOP, Vet4U2, All Digital. I mean, all that, these are networks and associations that have some specific, but we work with them every time we need to, I mean, we use the synergy of our networks and together. We just talked quickly about the safety and health, but I don't know if this subject can be used with the European agency that you can see here. This is an idea. We can involve them maybe on that training. Maybe they have something they can help us with, so we can provide that on September. This is just an idea after what we've heard from Palestinian colleagues. Okay, so this is the network. We are in different projects, including TVETCQ, but we work in other projects of Erasmus+. Each ones are different target and different topics, such as, for example, EcoSlight. EcoSlight is about smart light. BQual is improving the quality of the quality assurance in your vet courses. We work in Venhance is another thing that I cannot really explain because I'm not working on that. LD Care is about elderly care. And yeah, there are other members, there are other projects that we involve our members. So when you are a member and we apply or we create some Erasmus Plus projects, we try to involve most of our members. So right now, 20 members are currently engaged in our projects, and these are the, like we have 5, but in fact we have to update it. We have more new projects starting this year. Okay, so the service we offer to our members, I will go very quick on that because you're not really interested on that. We facilitate the communication between our members. We connect them with each other regarding other topics we are contacting them on. And we are working also, since we are working with organizations, partner organizations, and European institutions. For example, the EU OSHA. EU OSHA is the one on safety and health at work. We are working with them and our members on some safety and health on the vet sector. And we've been very active in the last 6 months. And we work with the Vocational Skills Week organized with the European Commission in 2020. And the next one will be on spring 2022. Okay, so the method of outreach we use, of course, online for now. We use a lot of, we communicate almost daily with newsletters. We send info notes on new Erasmus Plus calls. And we have a strong social media activity in different on the different social medias, such as Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and others. We bring some technical support to our member. We help them in grants writing and in project preparation, and we help them understand the nature of calls and others. That's why we also help Nuha on the management of the project, of TVETCQ project, because we have experience on that. Apart of that, we do events and workshops, but this is, of course, on a break since we are in this COVID crisis. So we were doing EVBB events and technical workshops regularly and face-to-face. Right now, we don't do much, and when we do them, they are online, of course. And of course, it's all about networking, so we try to increase the network and the reach we have. Okay, our members. So as you can see, they're all, most of them are in Europe and some in Asia. So we have more than 60 vocational education training centers and higher education institutes. So from 35 European countries, we have in Vietnam and Sri Lanka. So the idea now in TVETCQ, and that's why this is very simple. I wish that Theodore was here because he was preparing something more in detail. And of course, this morning I received this message telling him that he was not able to join. And I don't have his presentation, so I had to do something in a very short time. But this is the idea of this meeting, and I'm telling you our plan. The first step, and this is already done, we already contacted among our members that are specialists in that sector, and they are doing trainings around Europe. And we gave them, we explained to them the idea, I mean, the plan on the TVETCQ, like very roughly what is needed for the training sessions. So we saw that 5 are already interested to participate to the sessions. Now, this is the meeting. The point of this meeting is to define exactly what is needed. So that's why we need to do the round table of this meeting, of this day, of 2 days, to really know exactly the plan and what are the angles of each course's topics and what needs to be, what are the needs. So once we have the plan, I will contact each members that are interested in doing this session to give them the plan and see so they can prepare it and we work together. So the third step would be once they say yes, we will work with them to do the preparation of the training session, and of course in synergy with Olivier and his colleagues from the EUT. So we do, like he showed, this is the plan with the blue and green before what he did. So we will plan better whole situation, the whole training session. And yeah, that's that I cannot go more into detail, because for me it's what will come out of this day will be we will build the exact topics. I know we have 3 days, so with this 3 days and what will come out from this meeting we have today, we will be able to build the training session 5. We were already with in last month or 2 months ago with Olivier, we were drafting a plan, but the idea that we had to wait summer because it's too late. The idea was like, look, we have this, we have summer to prepare. We do this meeting on the 28th, so we really know exactly in detail. So we don't do a training session without preparing with you in Palestine, because we saw the feedback from the other previous training sessions that were done earlier, and we were thinking, let's use the fact that we cannot do it on June. Let's use this as an opportunity to prepare better the training session 5, and that's why this is the steps. This step is not only for AVBB, but it's for me and Olivier, in fact, and our colleagues in EUT. So that's it for me. It became. Thank you. Voilà. Thank you. Noha, we don't hear you. Yes.
Thank you, Samir. Thank you, Samir, for this presentation. Thank you for this dissemination of AVBB. And you launched AVBB very well. And you know that they have a lot of networking with institutions, universities, and they have a lot of training centers or institutions in different areas of Europe, and maybe when you see I speak to my colleagues from Palestine, maybe when you saw the networking and the for all institutions that work with the AVB, maybe this opened your mind to ask them for more expectations in order to have it in our training vocational training projects, because they are very close to training of trainers. And this is the maybe main area for them, main goal in their institution or association. Thank you very much. If there is any question for Samir, we have Engineer Jalal, and anyone want to ask Samir anything for go on, Engineer Jalal.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon for everybody.
Good afternoon. Raise your voice, Engineer Jalal. Raise your voice.
Okay. Is it clear?
Yeah.
I want to ask Samir, first of all, thank you, Samir, for your presentation. I want to ask about the the membership of the AVBB. I saw that some your partners or members are from out of Europe. Is it okay for outside Europe to be a member in your institutions or in your network? This is the first question. The second question, if yes, what about the restrictions and conditions? Do you accept as a membership governmental institutions or non-governmental, private or individuals, and like this? Please, if you can give me a brief about the membership of your institutions.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be a promotional EVBB session, but yeah, in fact, if I knew it, I would have included it in the slides. Yeah, so yes, we accept out of EU members, and to be honest, we just we just accepted a member from China that wants to have more cooperation with EU. And they are some kind of governmental institution, vocational training institution of a region in China. And you know, one region in China sometimes is half the size of Europe. So yes, we accepted them. So to be honest, yeah, anyone who is involved in the vet sector and want to be active, because that's the condition. We had a lot of ghosts member, meaning that they pay, but when we are communicating, trying to do some work, you know, we want our members to be active. So if you just want to pay to just have a logo of EVBB on your website, that's not interesting to us, because to be honest, it's not very it's not very expensive to be a member of EVBB. What we ask, the condition is that you are active. We don't ask you to answer all emails. We send you all newsletters we send you, but we want you at least to sometime give us feedbacks and inform us on anything that could be interesting to the whole network. So no, there is not really a part of that. There are no really any restrictions to be a member of EVBB. Yes, this I think gives you both answer, I think, of to your questions. Jalal, yes.
Yes, but do you accept institutions or individuals or both?
It's more institute. When you say individual, like a freelancer or entrepreneur,
something like this.
This I have to talk with most of the time. 99.9% are institutions. I don't have in my mind. I mean, we have some entrepreneurs that launch an institution, like they have a name. It's not, for example, you're not a member as Jalal, but as your organization. You know what I mean? So yes, it can be a very small, very small. We have organizations that are 2-3 people, staff, but they work in different projects. But we accept super small, micro size organization. Yes, and of course the membership fee is I have to look for the table, but it's very. We changed it recently, especially during the COVID, because voilà, it's we made it fair to our members. Organizations that has 500 staff are paying more than organizations that are 3 staff. You know, and it depends also on the country. Countries that are from the richest country in terms of income in Europe pay more from the same size, I mean, than the ones that are from the poorer country. And the out of EU also it has its own table. So yeah, it's fair. A French organization is not paying the same as an Estonian organization.
This means you have to accept Palestinian institution for free.
Sorry?
I said you have, regarding to the income, you have to accept Palestinian institutions for free.
For free. This I can talk with Theodore. I can talk about that with Theodore.
Okay.
Thank you.
I cannot decide. So, you know.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Raed Amer.
Yeah, hello. I have a question, especially to our European partners. You know, in the last few years, many teaching methods were suggested in the higher education. Teaching methods that are out of the conventional method, sitting in the class, or professors delivers the students to the material, that students make their homeworks. There are many suggestions. I have practiced some of them, like, for example, flipped classroom or community-based learning. Is this a topic, or is this a theme in the TVT in Europe? Did you discuss, did you consider these methods? Did you find some suggested new non-conventional method as really very suitable for vocational training? What is your experience in this theme?
Oh, we can have a short beginning of answer now, but it can be an interesting debate for a full half day in September. I will perhaps answer for myself, and then I will leave the floor to our colleagues of the EUT or the VBB. Of course, for us, it's obvious that the best training design is what we call blended learning. That means that we have to use different pedagogical strategy in the same courses, because it's what we call multi-episodic learning. That means that it's things that we have to learn are easy to be captured if we have verbal interaction, but also video interaction, and also writing interaction, and also project making interaction, and so on. So for us, it's obvious then when we are designing a training, we have to use all those strategies in a blended scenario to obtain the best learning situation. Of course, when we deal with TVET, with TVET training design, we also have to be centered on the experience in workplace learning, of course. So it's obvious for us that we have to mix all those methods. As far as I'm concerned, of course, I'm always using a part of flipped classroom, then a part of self-evaluation work, then a part on project working, and so on. And our job of a training designer is to mix in a relevant scheme all those elements. It's not for us. It's not a solution to decide to only use flipped classroom or only use the serious game to learn, but it's very relevant at a certain moment in the dynamic of a training course to use a simulator or a serious game, and then to go to a project, and so on. For instance, for me, it's obvious that if I have some intellectual elements to give to my students, I have to ask them to realize a thesis about the elements. They have to produce something by their own on the topics I'm teaching to them. And then, for instance, for me also, it's obvious that I have to manage a group working. It's very important. So, for instance, as Noah was saying earlier, or our colleague was saying earlier about entrepreneurship courses, or about sociology of work courses, for me, it's obvious that I have to give my students some resources, and I have to ask them to work by 2 or by 3 to produce thesis about the document I've given to them. Of course, it doesn't mean that I will not do any courses, but the main part will be to guide them to produce their own work about those elements. And oftenly, for me, now I use co-evaluation system. That means that we create a barème. I don't know the word. I don't remember the word in English, but we create a way to give notes. And all the students are working together to evaluate the work of the other students, for instance. For me, in a bachelor...
We call it peer evaluation in English language.
Yes, peer evaluation, of course. But the barème, I don't know, Arnaud, if you know the name for a barème, a way of giving the notes.
Yeah, peer evaluation in English.
Grading system. Grading system.
But for Noah, it's not only peer evaluation. We create also the way of giving the grades. We create altogether the way of giving the grades. Okay. Well, so for instance, it's obvious for me. I have last year I was at the head of a sociology of training course, and my students were all working on theses that they have to produce, and we create the grading system together, and they work on evaluation. All groups had to evaluate the other groups, for instance. And it was let's say, I think it was a 24-hour course, but it worked very well. But it's a mix, it's blended.
Can you please add it to our expectation? Add this idea, because it is very fruitful. When you want to prepare the training session 5.
Yes, I will put it on the PowerPoint. Peer evaluation.
And also the way of giving the grades from your side.
Wait.
It is new. Also, yeah, which is co-evaluation.
Grade by co-evaluation.
And if you send us the material about the 24-hour course, yani resources or material, maybe this help us in open our mind to the new approach of evaluation. You know that vocational sector is a complex and it needs a lot of way, and you cannot depend only on one approach to evaluate your students.
In fact, I was speaking about, let's say, intellectual courses, because if we are looking to technical courses, I think it's obvious. We are working by project. We ask them to create something, and we will evaluate what they have done. For instance, to fix an electronic device, and then we evaluate them at the way they have done their job, and so on. So we are moving. We are moving now on the real task evaluation. I don't know if my colleagues from the EUT have something to add to this question about new pedagogies and so on.
Maybe it's Kamali speaking, I can add something. Because I'm teaching high frequency devices and systems. And we know that these courses in electromagnetic and microwave engineering, they are considered to be, in fact, the most difficult in the electrical engineering curriculum, because it involves a lot of theory and that are full of abstract and complex concepts. So then to work through a project long about 6 months, it can be a good idea, because in this sense, we can inject the good theory at the good time, not to disconnect the theory from the practical courses. And then in this sense, we believe that it can enhance the student pedagogic and professional experiences, because the student can gain confidence, abilities to understand and to use these abstract concepts for modern application.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Kamil. Thank you. If they opened our mind also for new approaches in evaluating students in pedagogical approach.
In fact,
if you want anything, you can ask Olivier and his colleagues and AVPP also, Samir, if you please.
It's obvious for us. I'm speaking also as a teacher, of course.
Yes.
And a trainer. It's obvious for me that the real relevant situation to teach is the situation in which our trainees are active. So for me, I'm always trying to find a way to put them in action and trying to have them being at the head of their own project inside the courses. That means that, for instance, they have theses to produce, they have PowerPoint to present to the others, they are asked to evaluate the other students because they have to be involved in this thing. They have to, for instance, if I ask them to evaluate their colleague in a peer evaluation, I ask them also to justify what are the grades they have given, and we make at the end, if I use peer evaluation at the end of the course, we make statistics with all the grades to see if somebody has given low grades, different average low grade for some students, some groups, and so on. And we are also having a look to the statistics of grades, for instance. It's very interesting. But of course, it's obvious for all of us. But the main thing is to be sure that our students are active. And then another element is that also it's related to what we call self-esteem and so on. We think it's very important to involve the student in the choice of what they have to do. For instance, if I give them a thesis to defend, for instance, I'm teaching my sociology of work course. I leave them the responsibility of choosing what they will present. I give them, for instance, 6 subjects. They can choose the one they want, and they can choose if they will present a PowerPoint, or if they will present a video, or if they will make a live show, or they can choose. In this situation, they are much more involved, and they are much more how can I say that, active, and the presentation is far more. Is far better if they have chosen the way they will do it. Okay. I think that's very, very important now in our pedagogy.
Thank you, Olivier. If there is any question for Olivier.
Yes, Dr. Noah.
Yes.
I think the evaluation system depends on the situation. It means the nature of the skills to be evaluated force you sometimes to follow a certain approach.
Yes.
Meaning that if it is cognitive skills, the evaluation approach is different totally from practical skills.
Yes, of course.
I think it is contextual factors.
I completely agree with you. A thing very important for me is that for me, the evaluation must be thought as a part of the training system design. See, that's obvious that I can't now, it's obvious for me, I cannot design a course without putting the evaluation at the center of my design, in fact, and trying to use this, the way I will evaluate my students or my trainees at the center of my pedagogical system. For instance, the analysis of the grades they obtain, it's very, very formative, and it's very important to understand things, for instance. And for me, I am putting the evaluation moment earlier, year after year, because it's important for me to have the possibility have the opportunity to work with my students on the grade they have obtained. So for instance, my evaluation is not the last day of the course. It has to be put, for instance, 1 week after, before the end, to be able to have 2 or 3 hours to work on them, to work with them on the grade they have obtained, to understand why somebody has obtained a better grade or something like that. I think it's very, very important. Of course, I completely agree. It's really depending on the nature of skills, but it's also very important to put the evaluation at the center of the training design.
Thank you, Dr. Ma'an, for your comments, and Professor Olivier for your clarification. Then, as I understand you from the last word, that you want from us to make like the evaluation to be in the center, and everything to be around, like approaches, and
yes,
that's what you mean? Yeah.
I think it's not possible, in fact, it's a waste of time, it's a waste of productivity if we do not use the evaluation as a training moment, because you are wasting time. In fact, the fact that they have obtained not so good grade, it's very important, because they can, that's the moment when they can understand their limits and decide to go further. So for me, it's obvious that we have to use as far as it's possible, we have to use formative evaluation. Summative evaluation, it's a waste of time, in fact.
Yes, I agree with you. That because you are the evaluation, assessment and evaluation pre the course and continuous through the course, and 1 week before the end of the course, you, in order to make the feedback from your students and to justify their gradings, and that make them learn from their strong points and from their weak points, yes, from everything.
And the same thing with peer evaluation, even for practical skills or technical skills. It's quite easy to propose to other students, group by group, to evaluate the work of the other, because it's a very relevant moment for them to understand what is exactly the expectation of skills and so on. That's why it's what I was saying about waste of time or productivity. It's all those moments are a very reflexive moment for trainees. So it's obvious that we have to use those moments to help them to learn.
Yes.
Okay.
Engineer
please, Noah.
Engineer Jalal raised his hand, maybe. It's a new hand. Engineer Jalal.
Okay. First of all, I want to ask if we are going to work according to agenda, if we are going
yes
this time, or
if you don't want to go to break, it's good.
We have to have our coffee and snack break in 8 minutes ago.
Maybe 15 minutes is good for all.
20 minutes. 20 minutes.
20. Okay.
We can just follow at 2:20, 2:30. Sorry. So in 22 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
So it gives us enough time.
Okay, I will ask my question when we come back after break. Please,
yes,
I will keep the same link. Please come back.
Yes,
you
just
can keep yourself. Okay.
After the break, we will have a presentation just to be sure that we agree. After the break, we will go on with some questions about the discussion now, but we will have a presentation of the Institute of Technology of the University of Lille. And then we have a discussion about the next day. Okay.
Okay.
Great.
Great.
Okay, so
thank you. See you later.
So what time do we see each other? Yeah, time is 1:09. So
at 1:30 for us and at 2:30 for the.
In 21 minutes. We start again in 20 minutes, in fact.
Okay.
On the same link. Yeah.
Okay, same link. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
On the same mood.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Valérie a l'air perplexe. Non, t'as pas ton micro, Valérie. T'as toujours pas ton micro.
Je suis revenue.
Ah, voilà.
Il faut que je fasse à manger pour ma fille, ça va être compliqué.
Désolé.
Et j'ai mon PowerPoint qui passe mal sur mon Linux, et comme j'ai mon truc sous Linux.
Mais tu veux me l'envoyer? Moi, je te le passe. Hein.
Je te l'ai envoyé ce matin.
Oui, j'ai vu. À ce moment, je te le passerai moi.
Ok.
Noah, you have understood?
No, because you speak in French.
It's time for you to learn French now.
I have started French. I have DELF level 2 actually.
No, I say that I have to give food to my daughter.
Yeah.
Okay.
In France, we need at least 30 minutes to have snack.
It's very short.
Yes.
Here the same, but always we forced ourselves in order to complete our work.
Okay.
Okay.
So I will when Valérie will speak, I will present her PowerPoint. So you will give me the screen sharing.
Non, mais ça va aller. It will be.
Great.
Non, c'est bon.
Okay.
It's just a problem with the text. It's not. Ça va aller, t'inquiète. Bon, je vais faire le repas.
Okay. Bon appétit.
Alors.
And Noah, do you think everything is okay, Noah?
I'm happy with this discussion and their expectations, and I will be more happy if we can offer all these or meet all these expectations for my colleagues, because I want from this project to build their capacity and our capacity, all of us, in pedagogy and assessment and evaluation, training techniques, teaching techniques, learning techniques, because you know, vocational training projects is not projects, vocational sector, educational and technical sector is need that really. It's like here to have real tasks and different approaches in teaching, learning this and training this sector. Then I expect from you, Olivier, and Samir, and Theodore, and your colleagues from France to meet our needs in this area. Maybe for me, I want to, a lot of things in order to assess the learning, assessment. You know that there is assessment for learning, assessment for as learning, maybe assessment of learning. Not only the assessment of learning. Sometimes we concentrate a lot on assessment of learning, but when you told us about this week before the end of the course, I feel that you make the assessment, you use the assessment as learning.
Yes, of course.
Then we want really real tasks and practical to transfer your experiences for our colleagues in order to make assessment for learning, assessment of learning, and assessment as learning in TVET sector.
Yes, okay.
يعني,
I agree.
Yeah, because
okay.
it is very important. I want from you to take your break, Olivier.
Yes, thanks a lot.
I am here. If you want anything, I am here. But
yes.
You can take your break.
I see that you are twice.
Because when if you remember,
yes.
Before 1 hour, little bit, and 45 minutes, the electricity in my university is down, okay. And I start on my phone. Okay. But because I expect any time that it will be down another time or off another time, I keep myself in my phone and in my laptop.
Okay, great.
Okay, emergency. It is emergency management.
Okay, I'm back in 15 minutes.
Okay, you are welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bonjour. سلام أوليفيه. سلام نهى، كيفك؟
أهلا وسهلا.
أنا دخلت معاكم ما بين مناقشات 2 groups وأنا موجود معاكم الآن.
أهلا وسهلا.
Bonjour Olivier, j'espère que tout va bien. Merci beaucoup. J'essayais de vous joindre, mais c'était très difficile. It was very difficult to join you in the first part, actually.
I'm sorry, but you will be there for the second.
I hope I have another presentations. It's final presentations in my university, and I have 3 of my colleagues. They are replaced me in the first session and in the second one. But I will be at the end. Actually, I hope to be with you at the end.
Okay, great. See you
okay.
later. So.
See you. Bye.
See you. باي باي.
دكتورة نهى كيفك؟ بس أنا حبيت أقول لك مرحبا وأنتم مرحبا. أنا موجود في نص المناقشات صراحة.
هو أنا لما عملت يعني وافقت على دخولك شفتك، بس بعديها كأنه عشانك مش فاتحة الكاميرا بتيجي الصورة تبعتك مش من ضمن الأولويات. وهي كمان محمود عادي أنا ما شفتوش. محمود كيفك؟
وفي أسامة العمري كمان دكتور أسامة.
طب ليش ما ذكرتوني بحالكم مشان تبرزنت
أنا موجود من البداية وبستمع معكم من البداية.
طب ليه ما ذكرتني مشان to jump and give your expectations يعني if you remember I asked all universities
عشان تعرفي كمان حتى بالبريك موجودين.
طبعا يعني
انتوا دائما موجودين. في دكتور أسامة كمان اجى. في دكتور أسامة كمان.
إذا معناه لازم أعطيكم 5 دقائق في بداية اللقاء القادم حتى تعرضوا احتياجاتكم، لأنه أنتوا شفتوا أوليفير كتب الاحتياجات وأنا ناديت كل الجامعات ما ناديتكم يعني لأنه آسفة ما انتبهت. لازم نبهتوني يعني عادي. هاي الدكتور رائد عامر من البوليتكنيك يعني مجرد ما رفع ايده عرفت انه لازم يحكي. فيا ريت محمد، دكتور أسامة ومحمود دكتور أمجد أول 5 دقائق لما نرجع على 2:30 راح أعطيكم الدور تحكوا اتفقوا مين بده يمثل جامعتكم يحكي عن احتياجاتكم من التريننج سيشن 5 على 2:35 دقيقة. ممكن تتفقوا؟
خليني أشوف كيف بقدر أحكي لأنه إحنا اتفقنا إنه بدهم يحكوا رسمية وشو اسمه على 3:30.
مش مشكلة بيحكوا هم exact يعني على الVTB اللي إلهم. بس انتوا بدكم تحكوا ان جنرال شو بدنا احنا من هالورشه تبعت 5 اللقاء يعني الدوره الخامسه.
راح اشوف كيف بقدر اشوف كيف بدي احكي ان شاء الله.
كثير ممتاز 2:30 لانه احنا سمعنا من كل الجامعات حتى من وزاره التربيه كمان بس ما سمعناش منكم.
اوكي ان شاء الله.
سيو انا موجوده يعني اي حدا محتاج شيء انا موجوده.
Hello again.
Welcome everybody. صحة للي أخذوا البريك تبعتهم. you know the meaning of في تسجيل.
In fact, the problem, the main important issues that the expectations from training 5, actually what we expect exactly is how we could represent the planning actually for the courses, and how we, in our colleagues from the European partners, could help to planify the courses within a full agenda or a dynamic and adaptive agenda, because in Palestine, we could have all the time an adaptive agenda regarding the semester. The planification for the courses depends on the needs for the course itself. So it depends on how we could structure the courses. So how could we divide it into 14 weeks? What kind of elements that is really needs more time, and how you apply it in your laboratories, actually, because the TIVET is something we need to share it with the students, and there is a feedback from the students, which is very important to adapt the next step sometimes. So I hope that we could participate our knowledge in this part within your training session 5. Second issues that we would like to have it, because actually we have 3 partners in this project from the University of AAUP. We have the Excellence Center of Hasib Sabah, and we have the Faculty of Engineering and Information Technology, and we have the Faculty of Special Needs for the Program of Special Needs with Dr. Musab and Rasmiya. So we have 3 elements, and we would like to see how you combine together courses between 2 different components in the university, how you administrate these issues between 2 different laboratories or 2 different partners from inside and outside the university, and how you could arrange the values, which depends on the needs of the socio-economy in the university and the social or the society itself and the government. Because when we are creating something for the TIVET, actually, there is a triangle between society, government, university, and in the middle, the people who are interested for this stage or kind of formation. So actually, our needs is presenting how we could build the structure between these 4 elements, because it's a 4 elements: society, government, university, and in the middle there is the interactions between them is those people in needs, actually. So I hope that you could represent it for us, because it needs a specialist skills to arrange the relations between these 4 elements that rebuild the combinations. The third is how we could develop a continuous formation process, because sometimes we build a structure of a course, and within the process we find out that the students, they are not available to continue in some path. How could we save a course within the knowledge of students? Could they go forward, or we could adapt? So in this case, how could we use the risk management in the courses to achieve our goals in a course? Thank you very much.
Thank you. In fact, normally we decided that we will dedicate the last hour of this session to have those discussions. So I think it's very important. I have added your issues in my PowerPoint design of dynamic and adaptable agenda, triangulation of partners, and continuous training process. What I suggest is that now we can listen to our colleague from the Institute of Technology to present what is exactly the Institute of Technology and how do they work and what are the diplomas that they are working on. So we will listen to Arnaud for this presentation, and then it will be completed by Valérie and perhaps some word also of Kamel. This is about half an hour, and then after that we will have the discussion regarding the question Amjad already asked and other questions. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, you're very welcome.
Okay, so
perhaps you can leave the floor to Arnaud and then to our colleagues, and you can share the screen perhaps.
Yeah.
Yes, Arnaud, you can share your screen.
Yeah. Where's my screen? I'm sorry, I didn't.
No, I give you the permission. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you see my screen or not? No.
Not yet. You have to.
Okay.
To click.
There it is.
On the green one.
The green one, then you choose. Yes, that's good.
Yeah. Now it's good. It's work. Yeah.
It's great.
It's even better here.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a short of not building, but our system. Something you should be aware of is that the DUT is in its final year at the moment, since it has been replaced by willingness of the Ministry for French Education by the BUT. So I'm going to make a short presentation of the current existing system that has been going on for 60 years almost. So this is the new building, okay? Our DUT, our undergraduate college consists of 7 departments. So we have biological engineering, and in this department, students dedicate themselves to the study of food technology, dietetics, biological analysis, and so on. And I guess that my colleague Noureddin will be more able to give details and insights about this training, but he's not here today. There's also chemistry, where I work together with my colleague Valérie. Well, I'm not a chemist, I'm an English teacher. So students do inorganic, organic chemistry, etc. There's also electrical engineering and data processing, where my colleague Kamel works. So students dedicate themselves to electronics, automation, data processing, and LAN. We also have a department of mechanical and production engineering. So this is very much focused on technology. The only department that is not dealing with technology is business administration studies. And we also have computer studies and measurement and control engineering and metrology. So 6 out of 7 departments are mainly focused on the study of technology, except for business. So our curriculum can be broken down as such. So 20 to 25% of the time is devoted to lectures, usually. Well, you could say this is pre-COVID, photographies. And also there's project per year for each student. Laboratory work, which makes up almost 50% of the student time in the week. Just to give you some information about the chemistry, in the first year, the practical sessions last for 4 hours, but they last for 8 hours or 9 hours in the second year. And also there's classwork, which is 30 to 35% of the time is devoted to tutorials in class. The maximum size in our institute is 26 students that are split into two groups of 13 students for laboratory practice. Okay, so the course organization, as I said, this is the DUT, so it's a 2-year course. So we still are very much undergraduate polytechnic, over 60 weeks, with an average workload of 30 hours class contact per week. So that's pretty intensive. There's also project work. And at the end of the second year, there's a compulsory placement or internship in a foreign company or abroad at the end of the second year. This internship can be done in France or usually also abroad, thanks to a network of Erasmus and international partners. Or it can be also done in Japan and Chile or in Asia. So we have a very closely knit network of foreign partners whom we work with. And we also have incoming students that come and study in our college. Okay, so the specificities of the DUT, we have different from the current universities is that the course duration is only 2 years and only 1 year may be repeated. It's a selective process. When you apply to our college, you'll be accepted based on the transcripts of results from the secondary education, sometimes completed by an interview. What makes our strength, and which will make our strength in the future too, is something that might be of interest for you, is the continuous assessment system. So we do not have final examination. So it means that students are assessed regularly from September to June, every week or every month. So it relieves them of the stress. And for us, it's the means to have a better profile of our students' achievements. The admission in second year may be pronounced by a single IUT admission body, and award of DUT is by exam board based on the basis of results, placement, and project work. Assessment, as I told you, is continuous. So we have invigilated coursework, tests, assignments, practical work in lab sessions. So no end of semester exams. Students can repeat, or they can also, what we mean by compensating a semester. For instance, if one semester the student's average grade is 12 out of 20, it will compensate if semester 2 is 12 with semester 1, which is 8 out of 20 only. So it makes up for it, and we do, and the board will decide that both semesters will be validated. The DUT, well, now the DUT, which I'll be talking to you in a moment, it's a national degree. That's something which is very important. It means that if you graduate from our university in Lille, your diploma will be equivalent to a diploma, say, of Paris, Bordeaux, Marseille, or wherever in France. Because this is, DUT is part of a network that have the same competencies and skills. And we have 26 specialties with an average work of 1,500 hours of training over 2 years. Just to make you an idea, this is the on this map you can see the very, very dense network of IUTs in France. Here is Lille. For those who are not aware of geographical situation, Lille is the most northern points of France, near the Belgian border. So you can see here all the specialities in France, in metropolitan France. This is the Paris region also, and all the French overseas territories also have IUTs. So we are strong with a very strong we are strong with a very dense network of IUTs and an experience that dates from the late 1960s. So we also have the continuing education system in the following departments. So I'm not giving you too many details because that's of no interest for you. And also in the third year, at the end of the 2-year program, students usually will go on and take and continue in their studies and take a third year as a vocational bachelor degree, because each of the 7 departments offer their own bachelor programs, and there are 16 degrees. They are all vocational. They are all job oriented with a very strong focus on professional skills. And they all comprise a 10 to 16 week work placement that can be made abroad also, and 450-hour curriculum. So this is pretty much intensive, and the students will be awarded this diploma after 1 year only after their DUT. So what we also do is education through apprenticeship. That is something that's been going on now for 20 years at our university. It means that the students have a working contract with a local company, and they can combine sandwich courses between the IUT or university and their company. And so it means this is what we say, earning while learning as well. So we operate the full system in chemistry for 2 years, as well as in business studies. But in mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, metrology, and computer science, students can only join the scheme in the 2nd year of their studies. But also all the bachelor studies also run on the apprenticeship scheme, which is something which is very successful, provided the students can take a working contract with a local company. So we also have distance learning courses for mature students that are not able to come to the IUT. So in the following departments. And also distance learning consists of paper prints, video, computer-related materials, and are provided with periods in class contact, usually every 3 weeks. And the other weeks, the students stay at home or work in their own company. So this is the end of my presentation for the current DUT system. But now I would like to introduce you to the new system, to the new diploma, which is the BUT. Where's my? I have to find it somewhere. There. Okay. I don't think you can see it. How come you can't see? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, can you see it? Yeah?
Yes, that's good.
Yeah, full screen. So, this presentation was actually made by our Vice President for International Relations, Stefan Louic, of the ADUT. ADUT is the Federation of IUTs. You remember the map I showed you of our dense network of IUTs. So, oops, what's wrong? Sorry. How come it's not working? Oh,
that's good.
Sorry,
that's good.
Sorry. All right. So, as I told you, the DUT is 50 years old. So the Ministry for Education thought it was time to move ahead and transform the DUT into the BUT, the bachelor, because what we've been training technicians for the last 50 years. As we said, the DUT was created in 1966. And 150,000 students were awarded this diploma since the 1960s. And it was time, the government thought it was time for bearing in mind that most students usually did not start after the DUT, but usually went into higher education and taking a bachelor degree or master's degree or PhD. So this is why there is a complete revamping of the system. So here, you can see here the how the French higher education system is organized. So we will start in September 2021 with BUT number 1, 2, and 3, which is equivalent to bachelor year 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, and parallel to this, the engineering and management schools, or grandes écoles, as we say, and BTS, which is vocational but non-university. And at the end of the 3-year program in BUT 3 or Bachelor 3, students will be awarded the ECTS, which is the European Credit Transfer System. So it means that all these diplomas will have usually have the European equivalent, because they all bear the same number of credits. So we have, as we said, 24 programs, and the system has been very successful since the 1960s. These are all the specialties, in the service sector or industrial sector. Our IUT, as I told you, is mainly devoted to the study of technology, electrical engineering, telecommunications, computing, mechanical engineering, chemical and process engineering, chemistry, and biological engineering. All right. We also have civil engineering, etc., etc. And all in the service sector are the following specialities on the left. So this is the same map of the IUT network in France and overseas. But as the government said, the system needed rejuvenation. So for the employees, the 2-year course was too short to provide today's youth with necessary skills. So it was necessary to lengthen it by 1 year. And also from staff and universities, this will improve learning and provide a 3-year learning experience. And of course, making B-level careers more attractive and much more, maybe not much more paid, but better paid for the new graduates. So I'm passing on that one. That'll be and let's focus on the specification of the new award. Yeah. So there will be a longer experience, because studies will be lengthened by 1 year. In-depth experience, the labor market experience also at B level, opening to regional specialization, and there'll be more projects, more internships, more apprenticeships too. Quality will be assured. Yeah, I'm going fast on this one, but this is how the studies will be organized. So each the studies program will prepare students to 4 to 6 broadly defined competencies, or we say soft skills, savoir agir complex. So you can see here how the diploma will be articulated or divided or split. So semester 1 and 2 and semester 3 will be common to all specialities. And then students in semester 4 will specialize in study tracks in semester 4, 5, and 6. So there will be 24 study programs and 85 study tracks, which make it a bit complicated to organize. For instance, Kamel maybe can help to come to my rescue. This is the specialty of electrical engineering and in industrial informatics. So in semester 4, students will choose the stream of automation, electricity and energy harnessing, electronics and embedded systems, for instance. This is one example of study tracks that students can take in the 2nd year in semester 4, 5, and 6. More professionalization means that there will be industrial placements at the end. In the BUT system, the industrial placement or internship used to be at the end of the 2nd year, but now industrial placements can be organized in semester 2, semester 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, so up to 26 duration, which is much longer, double the time than in the DUT. So students will have both practical and theoretical knowledge of life in a company. So what's for an, yeah. So it also means that for those who are interested in mobility, whether it be inward or outward or incoming or outgoing mobility, means it will be possible for students to go abroad in semester 3, 4, 5, and 6, and complete internships in companies or also take courses abroad in the partner universities. And we'll also be able to have incoming mobility from our partner universities. It could also be from Palestinian universities that will come and train their students in our college in semesters 2, 3, 4, and 6. And that is new. So you can see that it all combined, with the outgoing mobility for placements and incoming mobility for placements also for students in the French companies. So there will be also collaborations in projects, and also we'll be working on innovation, entrepreneurship, serious games, business simulations, personal development, linguistic, etc., etc. But as I told you, that is something we are still working on at the moment. We are still working on the curriculum or curricula of semester 1 and semester 2, which will be implemented from September 2021. The next semesters, 2, 3, 4, and 6, are currently under review, under preparation. And what is new also is a full year's international experience in semester 6, 5, and 6, which will also prepare students for soft skills and linguistic skills when doing their internship abroad. So you could see, we are also thinking of the eventuality of double degrees with partner universities, whether in Europe or outside Europe. That is something which is food for thought at the moment. We're still concentrating on semester 1, on the building of the curriculum with competency approach in semesters 1 and 2. Well, so let's see what's in store for us and whether you think this this new BUT system could be of interest for you to integrate in your curriculum or in the acquisition of skills and competencies. So now if you have questions, I don't know if Valérie is here or not. No?
She's there.
Oh, yes, she's there.
She's
so
there,
shall we go on with Valerie's presentation on the block of skills and competencies, and then we'll do all the questions together, or do you want me to take the answers first? I don't know. Yeah, it's up to you, Olivier. You decide.
Noah, would you prefer?
Maybe as you plan at the beginning, that Valerie and I don't know, in their presentations, and then we go to the discussion now.
So we go on with Valerie.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Olivier, I'm not able to open my PPT diaporama. Can you make it for me, please? I have a problem between my Windows system and my Linux system. I'm really sorry. I'm not fluent in informatics. I'm a chemist.
Will just tell me when I have to.
Okay, it's okay.
Change the slide.
It's a short presentation to complete the presentation of Arnaud. It's just an example of what we will do at the chemistry department to replace DIUT by BUT. Arnaud said it's a 3 years program, bachelor grades, with a lot of hours of practice. Tu peux passer la suite. Oh, can you, the next one, please? Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you very much, Olivier. We have 6 semesters, 2 parcours in chemistry. One is analysis, quality, control, and environment application. And the other one, it's very specific on formulated materials and products. It's very different parcours.
Study tracks. Study tracks.
Very what?
Study tracks.
Very different study tracks. Okay, thank you, Arnaud. With the 3 first common semesters, as Arnaud showed you, we have multi-project. The project in the BUT are called SAE. And you have the little project for each semester, excepted for the last one, where we have a very important, a very long industrial placement. The next one, please.
Yes.
Yes. Alors, the students will have, because we will start on September, the first year. Donc during all the 3 years, the students will have common skill sets. You have the example of the 6 skill sets for chemistry. And à partir... comment? From the 4th skill set, they have to choose the 2 different ways. By example, if they want to make analysis, they have to choose B1, BC1 and BC2. And for production, intermediate production or development of materials, donc the second, comment tu m'avais dit, track set, c'est ça?
Study track.
Skill set.
Study track. For the second skill set, you have to choose 3 and 4 BC of a skill set. And the 5 and 6, they are common for all the semester because it's very transverse skill set. It's a skill set on how to manage chemistry laboratory. So you can find on this skill set, by example, physics and also languages, French and English, management. And for 6.1, it's on the safety and health at work and good practices on laboratories or on industrial units. It's a new method. By example, for my skill set, it's number 6. I will present you after. On this skill set, for the DIUT, in fact, I gave to the student 10 hours of presentation of what are the regulatories in France and in Europe. So the directive, European directive and French laws. And they have to learn about 600 slides. And after that, they had an exam. So it's not really an active, it's not reactive. It was very, very passive. So now with the new system, the BUT system, we want to learning to learn and learning to act. And so we change totally the system of course. And we have, in fact, for each skill set, a part of essential resources, so course and tutorials, a big part of practical works to be on a professional situation. And the SAE, it's a project, it's self-learning and assessing situation. And you have another, comment on pourrait dire ça? Another, the portfolio. The portfolio, it's like when you, by example, you manage quality, you ask to your collaborators to make a return on experience. So it's portfolio, it's a return on experience. The student will have to comment on pourrait dire ça? Attends.
Scribe.
Scribe, oui. Scribe, ah ben oui, c'est ça.
Describe.
Oui. Après, suivant.
Sorry.
Next one. Alors, an example for my set. So it's for first year, by example, I will develop 4 skills. So check identity, quantity, and chemical risk of reagents and products in chemistry. So classify and treat chemical waste. Implement the good laboratory practices and apply rules of hygiene and safety in the laboratories and also on the industrial units. The next one. Alors, it's an example. It's not a course, only course during 10 hours. Now we have a very short part of course, 1 hour, just to make introduction of French, European, so European directives and French regulations. And after that, all the students will work in groups of 5, so 4 tables, because we are only one teacher. It's not very easy to have more tables. And during 2 hours, they have to have a reflection on what will be do with, by example, two chemical reagents we put on the tables, and we will say to the student, so now what are the risks? What do you have to do with this product? How could you handling this product in the laboratory? And they will have tablets, and to go to the INRS. INRS, it's the national French national safety and health center, and on this site you can the student can find all the information on the risk toxicity of the reagents. And after that, so they have 1.5 hours of preparation. And after that, they have half hour to present to the class their result. And for the student, we have 3 roles, the host, secretary, manager, and 2 active participants. And we make a turn on the roles, with the roles for the student. And it's okay for the resources. And after that, we have practical works, 10 hours. And BCC 6 is very transverse. So these practical works are applied to the other BCI. So 1, 2, 3, 4. In fact, it's organic, inorganic, metrology, and chemical engineering. So it's for each BC, it's 3 hours of TP, and it's the first TP to give the awareness on the specificity of each different laboratories and different handlings. At the end, we have a self-learning and assessing situation, 2 hours. In first year, for the first year, we will ask to the student to prepare a photo novel or a poster on a scenario, a very specific scenario. By example, weighing, dilution of concentrated acid or base, distillation, handling of volatile products, calcination, and more and more. And they have to present the different project by binôme, 2 students together.
In pairs.
Comment tu dis?
In pairs.
In pairs. Sorry, in pairs. And OK, et après? For the second semester, We only have resources, so course on electromagnetic risk. Risk assessment is very, very focused on risk, the second semester. And we will use the Cyrus software. It's a free software. We can find on this, you can find this site. In fact, it's informatic software tools to assess and prevent chemical risk in companies. It is developed by INRS, the Safety and Health at Work Center in France. And also for this second semester, we have self-learning assessing situation. And in this one, we will ask to the student to use Cyrus software for a specific situation. We will give them. And for the next slide. And evaluation, it's a system of percent. You have 60% for the research, ici SIA and portfolio, and you have the different percent. The BC, the system for validation is near the same as the DIUT. Each set skill will be validated with an average of 10. And it will be possible to make compensation of skill set within only the same level. So only for the first year, second or third, but not between the years. Okay? It's okay for me, I think.
I just wanted to ask, to add also that Valerie said this is very transfunctional approach. So it means that, for instance, as a teacher of English, I can also be asked to be part of one specific skill set. For instance, asking students to complete a report in English, or doing their research in English, or doing some kind of host system, and discussion during English class relating to a specific subject relating to the chemistry laboratory. So it means that nowadays in the new BUT system, I would say that subjects are not separate, but they are more or less blended. There's a blending of subjects, and years in the new system.
And from the second year, all the protocols in practical work are in English.
Yeah. So now we'll be.
Thank you, Valerie. Thank you for this fruitful presentation. And all of us pay attention a lot because you present the competency-based approach, which is very relevant to our colleagues in VTBs who develop their vocational training projects based on competencies. Thank you for that. There is any other, Olivier, what's your plan?
Oh, perhaps we can answer to question if you have some questions, and then we will move to another part of the agenda. Okay.
My colleagues, if there is any question about the presentation of Arno and about the presentation of Valerie. Engineer Jalal raised his hand. Maybe also I want, before Engineer Jalal, if you please, Olivier and Valerie, there is a comment from Professor Jihad Abadi in the chat. If you please take it into account. Now, okay, Olivier. Now, Jalal, you can present, ask your question. if you please.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon.
Alaikum salam.
Really, I want to ask a question about, we saw in the two programs they present, our colleague present, they have a specific structure, a program, and the methodologies and approaches for teaching or learning have a specific methodology. The assessment, they're talking about continuous assessments, not a final exam. My question is how far this system or these structures are compatible with the general educational system in France. For example, here in Palestine, we have a specific educational system. As I saw, I think that the educational system in France is dealing with the outputs or the outcomes, while in Palestine, sometimes the educational system is dealing with the details in the process, how to teach, how to learn, how to teach, how to build your programs, and so on. This is my question. How far your new system or your new structures, all your structures are compatible with the national education system in France? Thank you.
Perhaps you want, Arnaud, you want to start? Or?
I'm not a specialist, but I can try to provide you with an answer. All the IUT system benefits from quite independence within the French Ministry of Education. It means that over 50 years, the IUTs have been able to build their own curriculum by themselves. And it also means that each DUT or BUT is built on a national curriculum, which has to be approved, of course, by the Ministry of Education. But this curriculum is built jointly by IUT, by institutions, teachers, and and also who else? Rectors, university rectors, and also teachers that teach and pedagogists within the system. And this curriculum usually it means that for instance, I'm taking the example of the BUT. Teachers within in the same specialty, for instance, in the field of chemistry, were meeting over the last academic years in sessions, in working sessions or brainstorming sessions, and coming up with ideas to how to build new ideas, new competencies. And all this was validated by the Ministry of Education after many reforms. So it means that several IUTs came with a proposal or proposals of new courses, and the courses with the assessment system and the content also. And once the teachers approved or made the final draft, it was referred to the Ministry of Education for validation. And this is how the national curriculum was built or is being built subject after subject. I can only talk for me in the field of English. But I guess that Valérie or maybe Kamel know more about their topic, the topic they are teaching. This is how we did. I met with my colleagues from several, usually from a pool of 6 or 7 IUTs, and we brainstormed together what were our expectations. And then we referred the final draft to the Ministry of Education for validation or for correction. And this is how the draft or the content is being validated at the end of the year.
Perhaps I can add some more general elements about the way we deal with vocational and technical diploma in France. In fact, we have at any level, we have an organization called RNCP. It means Directory for Recognition of Diplomas. So any training you want to organize, any training you want to organize and in which you want to give a diploma has to be validated by this Directory of Diplomas in France. That's necessary for short courses, and that's necessary also for master degrees, bachelors, and so on. So you have this main framework of the Directory of Diplomas. It's called the RNCP in France. It means Répertoire National des Certifications Professionnelles. And the DUT or the BUT are also inside this RNCP. One element to be accepted in the RNCP is to give a complete description of the competencies you want to reach during the diploma. In fact, it's very interesting. It's a separation between the aims and the pedagogy, in fact. For instance, if we want to create a new diploma in chemistry, we have to work with the companies, the industries, the social partners, and so on, to create a framework of competencies that we know that will fit with the needs of the employers. And then your diploma, if it's the case, this diploma will be registered inside the RNCP, the Directory of projected diplomas, in fact, if you want. And then the training teams, such as the IUT, have all the freedom they want to create the pedagogical aspect to deliver this diploma. So we have two different parts. The first part is to work with the companies, the trade unions, the profession, the council of occupations, and so on, to be sure to fit with the socioeconomic needs of one occupation. And then as soon as this is done, the training organization can create the curricula as they want in the pedagogical aspects. For instance, it's our freedom to decide if we will organize more courses, more practical work, and so on, but we have to fit with the framework of competencies. I don't know if it's really clear. So you have two parts, in fact. You have the registration of a diploma in the Directory of Diplomas, and the other part is the organization of the pedagogical aspect of the diplomas. And for instance, all the DUT and the future BUT will be in this RNCP, in this main directory, and the framework of competencies will have been negotiated with unions, with companies, and so on, to be sure that it fits with the socioeconomic context. After that, all the pedagogical teams will create the contents and the way to teach and the curriculas in details as they want in a local organization. I don't know if it's clear.
I think it's some kind clear, but my question, I don't want to again my question, but I understand that your education system or this directorate, as you said, is concerning with the output of the process or the program, which is professional diploma. While in our educational system here in Palestine, sometimes the instructions for entrance is set by the government or the Ministry of Education. For example, you said that you have a team or a board for accepting the new students. While in Palestine, for example, students cannot enter the university unless he has passed the general certificate with a grade of more than 65% for the university for baccalaureate. And for the diploma, they didn't accredited his diploma unless he set for a comprehensive exam for all colleges in around Palestine. I see that we have instructions, and any institution must follow these instructions. And these instructions are dealing not only of the output of the process, but also they are dealing with the details of the process. It is, as you said, it is not like like what is going in France.
No, in fact, there is. We are speaking of different aspects of the same thing. In fact, what I was trying to explain is how do we deal in France to be sure that the diplomas fits with socioeconomic needs. That's the first question. So to be sure that a new diploma, for instance, will fit with the needs in chemistry of socioeconomic partners, or will deal in energy with the socioeconomic partners, we have to have a partnership, a strong partnership with companies, trade unions, and different partners. It's an answer to the question it has been asked earlier by Amjad, I think. We have to build a strong partnership, and all our diplomas have developmental councils that are that allows the partner of trade unions, of companies, of teachers, and so on to work together to be sure that there is a good relation between the competencies and the need of socioeconomic system. This is, let's say, a way to create a general framework of competencies. That's related to Ministry of Work, and it's compulsory in France if you want to create a professional diploma. After that, in another part of the organization, you have something else, which is the European framework of education, in which, of course, we decide that you have grades, that you have the baccalaureate, then you have the bachelor, then you have the master, then you have the PhD, and so on. And of course, you have regulation that allows certain students to go to the master degree if they have a bachelor, but it's forbidden to go directly to the master if you do not have a bachelor, and so on. This is another kind of regulation. And then you have a third part of regulation, which is the question of the pedagogy itself inside the diploma. In France, it's free. Our teacher teams are creating the pedagogy inside those regulations. So we have three different elements, in fact. the socio-economic regulation with this registration of diplomas, the European framework of diploma of students from baccalaureate, bachelor, master, PhD, and the third part is the way pedagogical teams organize their pedagogical activities. I don't know if it's quite clear. It's three different organizations, in fact.
Yes, yes, okay. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions about the IUT or BUT or DUT? Noah? Your mic is not on.
Oh, thank you. I want to ask Valerie about the competencies. When you agree or with your team about these 6 or 7 or 8 competencies, how do you take the decision that this is the most priority or the most needed competencies, or that I want my students to be able with these competencies? How you take this decision with your team?
In fact, I didn't take this decision with my team. In fact, I worked with a group to define the different skills. By example, I was an expert of the BC6 groups at the national groups. The hygiene, safety, quality, and environment were not very more developed on the DIUT system. So in France, for the moment, we are about, I think, only 4 DIUT formation that made HSQ and environment on the DIUT. So it was very difficult to develop a new, very important skills on HSQE, sorry. And comment dire, comment tu dis, Arnaud, prendre les référentiels sur les jobs, tu sais, les référentiels français sur justement qu'est-ce qu'un chimiste, un technicien chimiste qui fait, tu vois ce que je veux dire? On a des référentiels en France sur les
Yeah, and also they took to figure out what are the main responsibilities of a chemist. They got inspiration from the official listing of skills made by industry that specifies what are the priority skills for laboratory technicians. And these files, yeah, were processed, as I said, analyzed and processed by the team of experts that Valérie was working in.
Yes.
And we are just speaking about what I said earlier, that means the writing of the directory of diploma.
Director,
part in the discussion with trade unions, with companies and so
employers,
on. Yeah. This listing, this directory of competencies is written by in a strong partnership with the professional, the companies, the trade union. That's the creation of the framework of the diploma for the national directory of diploma. And that's in this work that Valérie was involved.
Yes, and also I'm the responsible teacher of environment in the master. We have at the university a master M1 and M2 in 2 years, and we try to make a gate, c'est ça, on dit un pont, a gate. passerelle, tu sais.
Bridge.
Yes, direct gate from the BUT, chemistry BUT, to the master quality, engineering safety and environment.
Thank you.
Okay, to allow to the student to go to level 5, in fact.
Thank you, Valerie. Yani, here maybe the Olivier, that the society, all society organization participate the university in building the competencies or the framework of the competencies.
But I think that it could be something very important for September. Perhaps we could take some examples to give you an example of the RNCP, the Directory of Competencies, to understand how it works precisely. In fact, that's something very important. Normally, if we are looking to, for instance, a new occupation or changes in occupations, for instance, I think perhaps Kamel will also be able to see something, for instance, in electronics with cars, for instance, or in Internet of Things or things like that. We have to analyze. It's exactly what Valerie said. We have to analyze what professions are doing to create the what we call in France the référentiel d'activité, activity framework. This is very important to be built. We built it with trade unions, companies, and so on. And we have developmental councils to take care of the partnership of this work and so on. This is the creation, that is the design of what we call référentiel métier ou référentiel d'activité. When we have those référentiel métier or référentiel d'activité, then we have a second part of work, which is to create the diploma that will give those competencies to the newcomers, to the young students, or to the people that want to be able to have those new occupations. So we have our référentiel d'activité, and then we create what we call a référentiel de formation with the block de compétences, with competencies block that will be given by our courses. Okay, so we have the référentiel d'activité created with socio-economical partners, and then we create the référentiel for our training that we will use to create our courses. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for this clarification.
And I think that we can take an example in September.
Necessary, yeah. We need that. We need that because when you want to build or you take the competencies approach into account in building your programs, any training programs for adults, you need to share or participate the society institutions, all society institutions, and society needs. If there is an example, thank you for that.
Yes, I was trying to explain that. I don't know if it was very clear, but I tried to explain that in TS2. This activity of creating those framework, it's what we call in France didactique professionnelle, occupational didactics. It's a branch of didactics related to the analysis of work in professional situations. And we have different methodologies. One of the most important is the interview explicitation interviews, for instance, to work with the experts to know exactly what is the skills, what are the skills and the competencies they have to deal with to be able to really have relevant work. And so occupational didactics, it's a group of methods to be able to create those référentiels d'activité. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Now let us, Olivier, go to the VTB.
Yes.
VTB teams, groups, and here we have all coordinators for the 4 VTBs, and the coordinator of this component is Engineer Jalal Salaima. If you please, Engineer Jalal, you can present your team, the coordinators for each VTB, in order to ask for your needs in order to complete the development of these very important vocational training projects. Engineer Jalal, where you are going? Yeah, Engineer Jalal.
I am here.
Yeah.
Okay. Regarding VTB or vocational training projects, it is with package number 5 in our project CQ. Regarding presenting the teams, I will let it to the leaders of each team to present himself and his team in brief, in just 2 minutes for all of them. So please, my colleagues, Mahmoud, Harith, and Musab Al-Dalal, each of you to present himself and his team and the title of his project.
Okay, Dr. Mahmoud.
Okay, hello for all of you. Thanks for Arnold. Thanks for Valerie. Thanks for Oliver for his comments. Thanks for all. Really, I am Mahmoud Ismail, and I am a part of a team that has designed the curriculum of a training project, one of the vocational training projects. It is in the field of photovoltaic solar systems. Really, we have designed our and have completed the design of the curriculum of this training project. I think we follow complete procedures from seeking the needs in order to yes, okay.
Dr. Mahmoud, I will give you the chance to speak about the project.
Okay. Thanks.
Now, but we want to present you and your team, please.
Yes. Okay. My team is Dr. Khalid Tmezi from Polytechnic, Dr. Osama Umari from American Arab University, Dr. Hussein Samamri from Al-Quds University, and Dr. Tamer Al-Khatib from An-Najah University, and also Dr. Muhammad Al-Mustaha from Gaza, from I think the College of yes, Muhammad Mustaha may say. Okay, thanks. But this is the participants of our team. Yes. Okay. Later, I will speak about our work in this training project after the completion of the. Yes. Okay, Mohammed Jalal.
Okay. Other colleagues.
Yes.
Harith.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Harith Jalal, the coordinator of IoT project training course. My team are Engineer Muhammad Zahlan and Munir Kafaf from Hisham Hijawi College, and also Muhammad Al-Masri from UCAS. And also we have Dr. Rashid Jayousi from Al-Quds University, and Dr. Amjad Ratrout from Arab American University. Our project is about designing IoT-based smart home projects, implementation, and operation and testing and commissioning. Later on, we will talk about the details, inshallah.
Okay. Dr. Jihad, I think.
Jihad Abbadi,
Yes, good evening. Good evening. My name is Jihad Abbadi from Al-Quds University. I am the coordinator of the agricultural section of the VTB. Our project is performing soil and plant analysis for optimal productivity of crops. Our team include Dr. Muhammad Mushtaha from UCAS and engineer Nasser Deeb from UCAS. Also Mrs. Samah Hamoute from An-Najah National University. We have Dr. Hiba Al-Faris, and from Palestine Technical University, Dr. Murad Awadallah. Thank you.
Okay. I think the last project is coordinated by Mus'ab Amoudi Azin.
Yeah, نعم مصعب عمودي. الرسمية any one of you, they are work with each others. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I will represent Dr. Mus'ab.
Okay.
Our project is about geriatric rehabilitation and technology perspective for trainees who want to work with old adults people in Palestine. Our team, me, Rasmiya Anabtawi, I'm working in Arab American University. Dr. Mus'ab Amoudi, the coordinator of the project. Also, he is a physiotherapist in Arab American University. We have also Dr. Hadil Halawi from Al-Quds University, Abu Dis. Dr. Qais Nairat from An-Najah National University. Dr. Mahmoud Al-Khatib from Gaza. Also, we have Dr. Amjad Ratrout from Arab American University. This is our team. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Okay, thank you, our colleagues. Thank you to each one of you. Before giving the mic to our colleagues and their VTBs, just I have a little comments regarding the training session number 5. And excuse me because I am not with you at the beginning of this meeting, because I'm not with you. I'm not with you at this meeting, and I have to present a brief about the needs of our needs, at least my needs as a participant in this project. I know that regarding assessment and evaluation, each process of evaluation is for a specific objectives. And regarding the TVET, we have the higher level of evaluation or assessments, which is the need assessments for the society, which is a socio-economic need assessments or socio-economic evaluation in order to prepare the TVET projects or to make plans or strategic plans for the at a level of the national to make strategic plans for TVET sector or to prepare for specific TVET projects. So we need a socio-economic evaluation and assessments. I think we need some kind of a training in this issue, in this field in Palestine, and this must be directed to the researchers and those who are the صناع القرار, the decision makers. It is, I think, level number 1. And I think we need something like this. And as I think Dr. Amjad and Olivier mentioned this kind of assessment or evaluation. The second level of assessment and evaluation, it is the assessment and evaluation of the finished projects in TVET sector. We have to make some kind of assessment and evaluation to assess the impact of this project or that projects on the society, on the trainees, on the economic fields. And I think we have in this field to assess the curriculums, we have to assess the trainers, we have to assess the outcomes, the outcomes of the projects and its impact on the society. And this kind of assessments or this level, I think we need it in our vocational training projects after finishing after finishing developing our projects and implementing it for a first time. After that, we need some kind of evaluation regarding this. And the last level is the evaluation of the competencies acquired by the trainees at their schools or at their workshop, which is to assess them during their educational or during their learning process. This must be this field or this level must be included in the VTBs, as my colleagues, while they are developing the curriculum for each VTB, they have to determine the assisting or the assessment tools and the assessment methodologies and approaches to be used for practical specifically for practical activities in their project.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Engineer Jalal. Olivier, you can add the expectations and the needs from Engineer Jalal to your presentation. Yes, but we want to take to give our colleagues from the VTBs the opportunity to ask their needs and how they can deal with the assessment and evaluation for these levels in their vocational training projects. Please, Dr. Mahmoud, and you, Engineer Jalal, you can lead this, but give them the opportunity to speak about their needs.
Okay. Dr. Mahmoud, but yes, please briefly, just 2 minutes in order we have to take account for the time.
Okay.
Nearly it's 4 o'clock. Okay. Welcome.
Okay. Thanks, Engineer Jalal. Really, I am agree with you for your comment that yes, we started our design for the training project in our field. It is as I said, it is in the field of photovoltaic solar systems, and we go to the market in order to analyze the needs. I think part of the things, yes, we have a full procedures for this. But I think we stop sometimes in some of the in some of the things that really we need a help. We need help from an expert from this side. Really, we do. But I think it is a draft. We have made the draft, but still we have to finalize it after the taking the help from experts from this part. This is the first issue. I think the second issue we have already, as I told you, that we have make a draft for the training project. It is 4 modules, and each module is composed from a number of outcomes. I think the outcomes are based on competences. This is in the draft. Each learning outcome has its own content, has its own learning conditions that needs a learning material, the tools. We have to specify the learning materials, the tools, the training materials for this. We have to specify the instructional methods for each module, or to perform each or to carry out each module. We have to specify the methods of assessment, the tools of the assessment. I think this is, or these 2 parts also, we still need help from experts. It is in the instructional methods, because we have specified, but are these methods that we have specified are the real methods that we have to follow or not? I think we have to have help from an expert for this side, also for the methods of assessment, because we specify some methods of assessment. Really, this is the methods for our case or not, because really in our case we have deal with learning outcome, and each learning outcome is really a reflection of a competency. I think it is a system of competency based. So I think we can take advantage from the presentations of Valir and Arnold for this side. I think, and other colleagues from other vocation training projects may face the same. Maybe we don't say that the problems. I think yes, but a part of the problems that we have faced in order to finalize our training projects, I think we need these things. Thanks, Mr. Jalal.
Thank you.
Go on, Jihad. Jihad, if you please. Jihad. Oh, okay. If you are.
Yes, I am here, but maybe I missed something. What I can?
If you have, Engineer Jalal, go on.
No.
Okay, Jihad, we want from you in 2 minutes maximum to present your needs, exact needs of your VTB.
Yes.
Exact needs, يعني.
Yes.
In evaluation, in assessment and evaluation, and if pedagogies or competencies, anything. Yeah.
Yes, we finished. Thank you very much. We finished the matrix. We built the competencies, the methodologies, and the soft skills. We tried to put the assessment criteria for these competencies and how to achieve them. But we are now working on the manual. I would like to ask our colleagues if they have a model or to see how the shape of the manual to reflect these competencies and the goals of the VTB in agriculture. Any related subject, as Valerie, our colleague Valerie, Dr. Valerie said, she is working on soil, and we are working on soil and plant analysis. So it will be very helpful if we have a model for this training manual for trainers and trainees. We can build our training manuals accordingly. This is now our need, and also she presented Mrs. Valerie how she teach courses related to our subject. If she has a course profile, how she build the course according to how to achieve the competencies to be student-centered, and also how to trace the practical part of the course. And if she has some protocols, how to place the students in companies to connect the knowledge with the society, with the companies, with practice.
Yes.
Easy freeze, but thank you. If
I think Rasmiya is raising her hand.
Engineer Jalal.
I have, Dr. Noha, I have some technical problem with the voice and the mic. So please take the. Oh.
Okay, Rasmiya, if you please present your needs, maximum 2 minutes.
Okay, I will go directly to what I want.
Yeah.
First, we want to know what are the most important competencies that we should take in consideration in building up our training course. Second, how do European integrate technology in the frame of geriatric rehabilitation practice? This is the second issue. Thirdly, if we can manage for visiting a nursing home, or if they can represent it either online, to know how can the design of the rehabilitation center for geriatric or the nursing home can reflect on the practice of the trainee or the person who can care for old adults. If there is special consideration in the design, in the building, in the facilities which are available in the nursing home. Thank you.
Thank you, Rasmiya. Thank you very much. Harith Shalalda, if you please jump up and present your needs.
Yes, IoT project. First of all, our project is about some electrical technology project. It will be very good if you practice some examples similar or very close to our topic from electrical family field, electronics, or something close. Second point, we have attached pedagogical issues side by side with technical skills. But we need to know more about evaluation and assessment with those two things together. Another point that, as we know, the final product of this technology IoT project will be presented to the local market, as we know. So we have to share. How can we share them with the evaluation and assessment process, the local market itself? Another point in general, not very apart from this object, this subject, is that what is the expected impact of these 4 projects over Tibet policies in our Palestinian universities in the future? Thank you.
You are welcome, Engineer Harith. Thank you. Prof. Olivier, maybe you present you write their needs in your presentation.
Yes, I was just writing some notes capabilities. Okay, so just to be perfectly clear, for me, it's obvious that you have different expectations, and we have the responsibility not to miss one of those expectations. So the first thing which is very clear for me is that first of all we need to show you study cases that are near to your preoccupations. That's obvious. I think that Kamel, Valerie, Noureddin, and our colleagues are really able to do that. So for the day in September, for the days in September, we have to choose some study cases related to your situation and to explain how do we do and what are our solutions and what are our problems and so on. So that's a very relevant thing. The second thing is that we have to give you feedbacks and to review with you your project and so on. So we have to deal with that in the organization of the time in September, because if we have to give you some feedback, we have to take time to work together. I don't know if we can do it in one group or see we have to make two subgroups. So we have to find a solution. But that's the first thing is that study cases related to your preoccupation and time to give you feedback and reviews about your own project on solar energy, Internet of Things, agriculture, and geriatrics. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is that you have, we have to clarify for you our organization in France about this question of the link with socioeconomical needs. That's what I was trying to explain earlier, but we have to take time to explain this with examples. What are the way we are we are designing the referentiel? What are occupational didactics? How does it work, and so on? And what is the directory of diplomas and so on? So we have to take time for this. This is the second thing. I think another thing which is much more pragmatic is the question of the evaluation of students, because we discussed about peer evaluation, we discussed about that. So we have to give you some examples of how do we deal with that. For instance, how do we work with a group of students? How do we evaluate a project of students or things like that? I think this is really practical examples and so on. And after that, I think that there is another thing very important, which was what we were speaking about just a few minutes ago. I think that you are all of you are aware of the Kirkpatrick model. I don't know if it's clear for you, but we have the idea that I will share my screen. We all know that we have different levels of evaluating a training. We have the level of the satisfaction of participants. We have the level of the transfer of learning. We have the level of the change of behaviors. And we have the level of professional result. And even more, in some schemes, we have a fifth level about the economic result. Okay. But all these evaluations are not related to evaluation of students, of course. Only the first and the second level are related to evaluation of students. The level 3, 4, and even 5, there is a fifth level, are related to the evaluation of training design. And the evaluation of the quality of partnership with socioeconomic partners, for instance. So I think that we have to also work on that, not only the evaluation of the students, but the evaluation of the training design itself. I think that's very important. And I think that we could also work about another model. We are speaking about competencies, but we have also a new model now, which is the model of capabilities. I don't know if you are aware of this model. It's a model that came from the Nobel Prize in Economy, Amartya Sen. Amartya Sen developed a model in which he says that it's not only a question of competency, it's only a question of conversion factors. You can have all the competencies you want, but if you do not have the social situation to be able to use your competencies, it will not work, for instance. Or if you do not have the self-esteem needed to be able to use your competencies, it doesn't work. So perhaps we could also introduce this question of conversion factors, capability model in the training session in September also. And of course, I do not forget what I said earlier, we have also to speak about this question of experience assessment, prior validation of prior learning, workplace learning assessment, and so on. So I think if we use all those elements, I think we will be able to really organize a very interesting training session number 5. And of course, we can take examples also. I forget one thing. We can also add some examples of courses as entrepreneurship, sociology, and so on.
Thank you, Olivier. Yes, I want to ask you to add examples for everything. Yani, if you want to, because the example give us that this idea is practical and it works for us all, also for anyone. Always the example give the meaning of the idea or thoughts or anything. Then if you please, for anything we need to in align to put an example in order to be very clear for us. Also I want maybe now there is something jumped to my mind that we need to add something, because we want to send to you the modules which will be developed by our colleagues from VTBs and curriculum courses. Then maybe you want to create or you have criteria in order to evaluate, to assess these VTBs or to assess these curriculum courses or the courses, the development of the courses. What maybe you can send it to us in order to make self-assessment and peer assessment and extra extra or out assessment from others, from others who from your side. Self-assessment, each group need to assess their work, and the second one is maybe each the coordinator and the peer evaluation, each group assess the work of other group. But after building the criteria, if you have criteria or if you want to send us or develop, this is back to you, Olivier.
I was trying to understand what you were saying. So I understand you. I understand that I understood that you said you can, between all the 4 groups, you can do peer evaluation of your project. Is it what you said?
This is the last one. The first important thing that we want from you to develop criteria, or if you have criteria to evaluate the VTBs, the vocational training project, the training program, the training design.
I think that we can have a session, a working session about that in September, because I think that, of course, we know, I speak under the control of all my colleagues, of course, to Kamel, to Valérie, to Arnaud. I think that we are able to work with you. I don't know if it's in one group or with 2 subgroups, because you are numerous. So I think that we are able to have a look with you on your project, but I don't, because it's a question of discussion. I don't know if us from a European country, we are able to make theoretical evaluation of our project. I don't think it's very interesting, but it's interesting to work with you, asking you questions about your project. You see what I mean? I think that's much more important.
Okay.
I don't know what my colleagues think about that. Kamel, Valérie, or Arnaud?
Well, I share your view on the subject. I don't think this is up to you to actually question the validity of your work. What we can do, is to offer, to show us what we're trying to do in our institutions and give you some guidelines. But I don't think we would be able to actually have a critical, as Olivier said, a critical view on the validity of the content of your curricula or your learning outcomes. We can maybe offer guidance and help, but no real judgment on what you do, actually. I don't think this is up to you to pass judgment on the quality of your achievements.
Yeah,
I think that we can, for instance, I think that we can organize the 2 study cases. We explain you what we are doing. I think Kamel and Valérie, for instance, we explain you what we are doing. And then after that, we have question from you, and then we have a session of feedback in which we discuss on the difference between what we do and what you have imagined in your project, for instance. I think this is
yes. Yeah, it's very, the guide and also the working group in order to, and the cases, all of these will help us in order to not to evaluate, to assess, not to judge, to make feedback, to develop, to strengthen, enrichment our work, not to take to make a judge that it is good or it is not good. No, only as a guide to know that our work is go on in suitable work or in good way. Yeah.
Yes.
يعني you see your proposal is very good يعني for this question.
I don't know what Kamel or Valérie think about that. I think that this is the best solution. We present what we are doing that is relevant, what we think is relevant for you, and we discuss, we compare with what you are creating in your own territories. Okay.
Maybe they are now out of their time because the agenda.
Yes, we are a bit.
I feel that Kamal and Valerie, they don't want to speak anything because the time is over.
I'm sorry.
No, we have to think.
No, I'm sorry. It's because I have a look on the mail of Jihad Badi.
Yeah.
Jihad sent me a mail, and I have a look on it to know exactly what is possible to do with Jihad. But I think that's a lot of things.
And I think another thing important for me is that for me we are able to exchange methodologies, not exactly syllabus or exactly the details. For example, what we have done earlier with Noah about the course on sociology. I'm not able to give you a course of sociology adapted to the territories. I can give you some elements I have in mind, some methodology to create the course, some elements about the evaluation, some elements about the authors and so on. But because we do not have we are used with our countries, our territories, our economical situation, and it's not so easy to transfer because you have a part, you have an economical organization a bit different from ours due to the situation, even the situation with occupation of your country and so on. Of course. you have a part of informal and formal economy due to this situation, for instance, and that means that the relation with the trade unions and so on, the international companies, the material supply and so on are very important. So of course, we have to take this into account, and we have to work together to be able to imagine relevant curriculums in this situation. Valérie.
Je lève la main. I'm a good student.
Yes, go on.
Okay, I can add another thing. By example, I have a look on Jihad mail, and we will have problem also on technical materials. By example, I'm able to make analysis of metals or other species on the soil, but I need an ICP, an absorption, atomic absorption and emission absorption. Do you have these materials at the university? In your university? Is that a problem also? It's possible to give you documentation, protocols for the course, etc. But for technical course, we need to know if you have the technical materials to do that on your university. It's another problem, I think. Tu comprends ce que je veux dire, Olivier?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, from technical point of view, the universities in Palestine are equipped to do the analytical part.
Yes.
But how to build the manual to be for trainees easy to understand and follow? How we assess ourselves that we are doing well, that the trainees achieve the goals, and we comply with the competencies we supposed to give them for trainees. The methodology, how to build the manual, the form. If you have training manuals, how we can do the same shape to ensure that the knowledge, skills, professional skills, and soft skills are transferred to the trainees.
Yes.
This is exactly what I am hoping to receive from our colleagues.
In fact,
we have our shape of the manual, but we exchanging knowledge and skills. You are pioneer in this field, in the vocational training.
Maybe I can share with you a document which I just looked up in my files, how to assess in English the trainees after their internships. Yes, so this is something I've just found for you that could be maybe interesting. Yeah, so these are the items. Yeah, for this is the, for instance, the assessment of industrial placement of projects, usually abroad. So, and these are all the items that we tick, that have to be ticked, yeah, rating from excellent to unacceptable. And these are all the items that we take into account when assessing the final stage of the trainee internships. So adaptation in dynamism, efficiency, ability to apply knowledge, develop new knowledge, observation, organization, etc. And then overall assessment. And the mentor has to fill in the tables. Then there's also assessment of written report, which is very short, yeah, with the structure, layout, quality of content, clarity, language, assessment of oral presentation. And I have something also on oral presentation in English when I rate my students. And then there is also further advice or information whenever possible. And to help our foreign partners grade our students by our rules or by our standards, we also give them a marking, an example of marking scales. What does 17 out of 20 represents for us? Means outstanding performance, very good, A, B, C, or D. So this is as a guidance to foreign partners when they have to rate or assess French students doing their placements abroad. Maybe that's something that can be of use to you. I don't know.
Yes, this will be helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
But you were speaking about manual. I didn't understand really what kind of manual do you need to create?
Je crois que c'est des manuels de TP. Hein?
The training manual for trainees. So we have a major competency, main competency. We divided the competency to 3 sub-competencies, and each sub-competency have objectives, goals, and also sub-competencies, methodology, assessment, professional skills, also soft skills. So we will build a manual, a book for the trainees. We will train them face to face, and also in this pandemic, this COVID-19, we are working online, and I'm sure that your experience in online training and teaching is very excellent that we can use in the future. Nobody knows about the future in this concern. So the manual is the book as training book.
Okay.
As the guideline, doctor, the guideline of the trainer, training guideline for trainer and for trainee. Yes. But still our colleagues in the first part or phase of developing these guides, then Dr. Jihad and Mahmoud and Harith and Rasmiya, all of us want from you examples, as we agree before, about the methodology, about the parts of this training. Maybe you remember the second training session is about reform the system design, the training system design in Palestine. We want to reform. We don't want to repeat ourselves.
Okay.
Yeah. As Jihad mentioned, that we have a manual, but we don't know that it is the most suitable for vocational or not. This is from here, but we want to see from your side, from vocational AVPB is a big company for who are doing training for trainers and training for trainee. Then we want to benefit and learn from them in order to complete the developing of our training materials and the guide of the trainers in order to implement their training materials. That's what this is what's in the mind of all of my colleagues.
Yes, but for instance, we will discuss about that in September, but just on this question, for instance, for my own courses, for instance, I use flipped classroom, but in fact, I put all the resources, the pedagogical resources online, but the manual, it's myself in video, because I think that it's much more important to discuss with them. And so I have not a written manual. I have what is written, it's the pedagogical resources, and the guidance of the course is made by myself in synchronous video to discuss with them, to explain what they have to do. And which is online, it's the resources they use. So of course, I record my sequence in video, so they can see it again after. but I think it's very important for me that my manual is an online video synchronous with all those questions and so on. You see, and I have, for my main courses, I have not a written manual. I have written resources and I have my video explaining the course.
Okay, this will be very helpful for me and for our colleagues also.
I can show you, in fact, at the end of my lesson, the recorded video of the lesson is there. So if some students want to come back to the lesson, they can come back. But all the things have been, I use PowerPoint, I use a recorded video, and they have all those resources, but I do not have, the main element of my course is not a manual, in fact. It's threaded resources, flipped classroom, and a video of each sequence.
Ouais, en fait, les manuels, on n'en a que pour les TP. Hein.
Maybe Olivier, I want to say something here that I don't want my colleagues to lose their who came out of the meeting and they asked me to don't lose anything from this important discussion.
Okay.
Then, if you want, we can meet in another time because the time of agenda is over before 30 minutes. And but I am afraid that other colleagues will ask. Why you complete discussion after the time is over? No.
I had on my memo about your expectation, I added different items.
Oh, thank you.
And
also add Olivier, also add the flipped classroom approach, because not all of my colleagues, all of them from pure scientific professors, they don't know a lot about the flipped classroom approach, which is very, very important to deal with adults.
That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Approach, manuals, and risk. Well,
thank you.
I will put also peer. No, it's already there. Peer evaluation. Okay. Ici, c'est référentiel. Okay. So, as Noah said, it's time to go. we half an hour later.
I always we are happy with you and with your enrichment discussions, and I feel that you want to give us from your heart, not only from your mind. Yani, I feel that really. I feel when I speak with you and meet with you, Olivier, and that you want to give us from your heart and to give us a complete vision about what we ask about. Yani, thank you for this. Yani, I appreciate a lot. But yani, unfortunately, that the time is over. Yes, and killed our love time with you and the fruitful time with you.
Thank you. But you know, it's I think that my colleague will say the same thing as I will, but it's also very interesting for us, and it's really interesting and pleasant to work with you in any case. So we can compare our way of doing things. We are very interested in discussing with that, because we have our own questions. We are interested in transferring, and in fact we are a bit sad not to be with you.
Inshallah, the coming months you can come and we can share with you all of these fruitful experiences. You are an expert, yani, really in this field, and I meet every time I meet you, I learned a lot from you.
But it's not me in person, it's all our team, of course. And you,
okay,
and
okay, thank you, Arno, and and Valerie, and Kamal, and Samir, but because I meet with you a lot of time from 2017, Olivier. Only, this is the time, yeah.
Thanks a lot. Okay.
Thank you for all. Jalal, you want to speak anything? Or you want to finish?
No, I want to thank them, but I noted you have mentioned a note on chat regarding the right of trainers and trainees. I don't understand. You want them to send us a guide for trainers and trainees? On your chat.
You asked me, the Engineer Jalal?
Yes, I asked you.
No, while Dr. Jihad asked them for the manual, I heard before from Arno that they use the word guideline. Then I want to, in order to make close and what we call it, in order to make the point of views close to each other, Jihad and Arno, that the manual is look like the guide for trainers. Only that. Only that.
I believe that you asked them to send us a guide or a manual, but the idea is we have to develop our manuals, our guide, and with their supports and help, not to take
Olivier answered that and said that we cannot give you anything as it is, but we can show you the methodology and the examples and cases from Kamal and Valerie. He said that, yeah.
In fact, of course, we can give you some. We can, of course, give you some example of what we do. But I think it's much more relevant to work.
That's what I'm looking for, and thank you, all of you. Thank you for your fruitful.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you soon.
See you soon. Meet you soon.
Okay, and we
don't forget to connect me a lot of time and to send me all the presentations. All the presentations, Samir. Don't forget your presentation, and Valerie, all of you. Arno.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Olivier,
you.
on se parle après, hein, dans la semaine.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
باي باي. Au revoir. يا. اتعلمت شوي.
Okay. Alors. Great.
Great. Thank you, Olivier.
It was a pleasure as usual. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Because I am the father of this meeting, I want to say bye-bye for all.
Okay, bye. See you soon.
The mother.
mother or حبيبتي دكتور رسمية، عن جد كثير شكرا على يعني وجودك معنا، وشكرا ما كنت منتبهة انه يعني الا انه فكرت بدك تحكي لهم. انا اصلا
لا إلك لحالك.
انا اصلا قلت انه لا، ما بدنا نحكي لهم